live here? There we go.
Good morning and welcome to the Omniwar Symposium. We are in for a treat today. You are going to learn about the digital attack on humanity, and we have here with us Patrick Wood, who is the living expert on technocracy, who has been warning us for decades about this terrible attack on humanity. So you're really in for a treat today. I have seen these presentations, and I think honestly this is the most important information out there. So thank you so much for putting this together, Patrick.
Wonderful to be here. We've worked so hard to get this presentation together. This is the third in the series. We had two before last year and then one earlier this year, and now this is the third one. Who knows where we're going from here, but we're going to get this one in the can for sure. This is the most important one we've had so far. This is an international effort because we wanted to demonstrate this is a global problem. It's not just in America. And a whole world is under assault right now with technocracy, basically, and transhumanism as well, but mostly technocracy. So these people that are who are doing this to us, they can see them in Europe, they can see them in the UK, they can see them in Japan and Australia. And so this is the purpose of getting a consortium of international experts to talk about this. And all these people, except me, I'm not a PhD, I'm not an academic, but I've been kind of doing that for a long time, like 50 years now. But otherwise, these people are PhDs, all of them, and they're sharp. They understand the field. They've done their homework, and they're speaking from the perspective of academia at this point. This is so important for people to understand. This is not a conspiracy theory.
No.
Right? So, here we are, and we're going to take another stab at it today.
Yes, and I've seen the ones the past few years. If you haven't, you should check those out too. But I agree with Patrick. This is probably the most important one yet. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
So we're doing four presentations today. I'll be the first, and we'll get into that in just a second. And then we have David Hughes after that, Dr. David Hughes from the UK, and then Dr. Jacob Nordangard. Some of you know him already. He's from Sweden, and then we'll hear from Daniel Broudy, Dr. Daniel Broudy from Japan. Now, he's an American who's been teaching in Japan for over 30 years. So he's almost a native, but he's still his heart is still here with us in the United States.
And he sounds very American.
Exactly, he does. And I'll say after that we'll have a roundtable discussion with all of us together. And then we're going to do a Q&A after that, hopefully. So we want you to answer, have your questions ready along the way, and we'll do our best to answer.
Yes, and it'll be very helpful if you have questions to put Q:. That way, if your questions are a little bit earlier and we're scrolling through to look for them, it'll be easier to find it. So Q:.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Oh, who am I?
You're our hostess today.
Yes, I'm the hostess. I'm Courtenay Turner. I'm the host of the Courtenay Turner podcast, and yeah, I do many of these kinds of symposiums and conferences, And I've learned so much. I feel so honored to have learned so much from you, Patrick. And this is really an honor to be here. I've been following all of their work for quite some time now. And I think that they're doing some of the most important work out there, all of you. So,
Well,
yeah.
we appreciate how you've stepped up to the plate. I'm in the older part of my life for at this point, right? So we have to have younger people come on board to take the baton and take it forward. So we've been collaborating for some time already. We're working on a book together, and I'll tease out a little bit in my presentation.
Awesome.
That's in the future, not yet, not ready.
Yes.
But we're
Getting
working
close,
on,
though.
yeah, we're working on some pretty important stuff. And so let's just get into it, I think, at this point.
Yes. Yeah. And we're also doing monthly roundtables on technocracy.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So let's get into it. Yeah. So Patrick is going to be our first presentation. And he is, of course, the living expert on technocracy who has written several books. So you should check all of those out. The Evil Twins of Technocracy and Transhumanism, Technocracy Rising, Trilaterals over Washington. Check out all of his book. Definitely check out his boot camp as well on technocracy. And he has some new brochures, which are super cool. They're really like quick, easy for you to
Oh,
hand
yeah.
out to the masses. So check those out. And this presentation is it's super important. It's a little bit might make some people a little uncomfortable, but sit through it because it's really some of the most important information. And we can't fight an enemy that we don't know exists. So stay tuned.
Amen. Welcome to Building Empire on the Backs of Digital Slaves. I'm Patrick Wood for Technocracy News and Trends, and also for the study group on technology and power. This is the Omniwar Symposium. We're going to cover some very difficult topics today. I hope you can absorb as much as you can. It may be worth listening to every presentation more than once. I understand it'll take time to do that, but nevertheless, I'm the expert on technocracy. I wrote the books. I have the receipts, as they say. These are all my books. My latest book was The Evil Twins of Technocracy and Transhumanism. And I'll tease another book coming in November of 2025. This is my proposition today. Technocracy has always had the domination of man in mind, even from its inception in Columbia University in 1932. As technology advanced, it has been commandeered at every turn to support its stated purposes of the science of social engineering, number one, the abolition of private property, number two, scientific dictatorship, number three, and the capture of all resources, including people, among others. For the first time in history, technocracy has been wrapped in a political ideology and a religious system as well, and now it seeks to escape the boundaries of the United States. In other words, the new and expanded goal of technocracy is to build empire throughout the world using AI and cryptos, blockchain technology, as weapons of mass subjugation. This presentation will examine the first 9 months of the Trump administration to assess how this plan is being implemented and what to consider, going forward. Here you go. So, with a couple of new definitions about, what is technocracy in the first place? This is from the Technocrat magazine, that's the official publication of Technocracy, 1937. They said, technocracy is the science of social engineering the scientific operation of the entire social mechanism to produce and distribute goods and services to the entire population. For the first time in human history, it'll be done as a scientific, technical, engineering problem. Period. End of subject. Furthermore, there will be no place for politics, politicians, finance or financiers, rackets or racketeers. Technocracy will distribute by means of certificate of distribution available to every citizen from birth to death. It's important to realize that technocracy wants to remove the political system altogether. They're doing a good job, basically, with the neutering of Congress, the neutering of the presidency. They're basically snatching power away from politicians. At some point, I think, personally, that the political class will be wiped out altogether. Not yet, but you can see the handwriting on the wall. So, Technocracy in the 1930s made 7 requirements. These are all seen in the Technocracy study course. You can go find that on the internet. It's been scanned and there's good copies. And 3 of those 7 requirements are as follows. Provide a continuous inventory of all production and consumption. Requirement number 4, provide a specific registration of the type, kind, etc. of all goods and services where produced and where used. Number 5, provide specific registration of the consumption of each individual plus a record and description of the individual. These requirements have never changed in almost 100 years. They could have been written today just as easily as they were written in 1934 in the first place. So we have to figure out today who are these people who are executing this plan in America on behalf of technocracy. We need to name names, in my opinion, so that you can have an understanding who's pushing this, who's the architects behind it. Well, here's one. Elon Musk, arch technocrat for sure. He was in charge of Doge in the early days of the Trump administration, and he's been circling ever since. Now we have another pal of Elon Musk, Peter Thiel. He's been hiding in the shadows, but here's the founder of Palantir. His house philosopher is Curtis Yarvin, and he was also the guy that mentored J.D. Vance to enter into politics in the first place. Now Vance appears to be Thiel's man on the inside of the political system, and probably the next president of the United States. Then you have David Sachs, arch technocrat, billionaire, one of the original members of the PayPal mafia, along with Thiel and Musk. He's Trump's AI and crypto czar. What does that mean? Well, this is an appointed position. He doesn't have a salary, apparently. I can't find any record of a salary, but as a special advisor to the president, he's just considered the AI and crypto czar. His tenure should have been 130 days. That's the rules associated with being a special advisor to the president. However, he's still there, issuing orders, strategies, etc. Wow. Here's another arch technocrat, Mark Andreessen, the kingmaker. I call him the kingmaker. He was at the table when Trump selected all these people in the first place in late 2024 to assume positions within the government based on their qualities of technocrats. Mark Andreessen has chosen to be not visible, but nevertheless, I'm making him visible. Then you have arch technocrat Michael Kratsius, director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Kratsius was formerly the managing director of a company known as Scale AI. Scale is the largest, and I mean by far the largest dominant training facility for AI in the world. He has a company that employs some 220,000 members of people around the world to train AI to do its magic. So he's then now on the inside as well. This is an appointed position, and I do not believe that he had to stand before the Senate to be confirmed. I could be wrong on that. Now we have arch technocrat Howard Lutnick. He will play in our discussion going forward. But Lutnick is a great friend of Elon Musk, and he and Musk kind of architected the Doge facility that we saw in the first months of the Trump administration. Now he's the Secretary of Commerce. Oh boy. Lastly, we have arch technocrat Larry Ellison. Some of you have seen him on national TV. He's not, he doesn't like the limelight for sure, but every once in a while he gives interviews, and some people behind the scenes consider Larry Ellison as the shadow president. I can't vouch for that because I'm not on the inside, but I'm just saying some people in the tech world consider Larry Ellison to be the big cheese calling all the shots. So the kingmakers of the Trump administration have a combined net worth of over $1.2 trillion. That's a lot of money. It probably is higher now than that because stocks have been going up recently, and their investments have been going up as well. So probably is higher than this, but this is what I can get at least by the end of 2024. These are the people that are driving the digital state. No question about it. They're betraying the MAGA movement and the populist movement in America. They're guided by this philosophy called the Dark Enlightenment, which we're not going to talk about today. I won't in any case, but their intent is to destroy America, but good. So we're just going to look now at this video of Larry Ellison telling you what he thinks should be happening in America and around the world. Let's take a listen to this.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models? And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East, in the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data. They have a lot of population data. The NHS in the UK has an incredible amount of population data, but it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible by these AI models. We have to take all of this data we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform. So we provide context. When we want to ask a question, We've provided that AI model with all the data they need to understand our country. So that's the big step. That's kind of the missing link. We need to unify all of the national data, put it into a database where it's easily consumable by the AI model, and then ask whatever question you like.
So you're really, through the use of this, you're revolutionizing the way government works.
That's the idea. Move all data into a unified platform. What data? Well, for one, all healthcare data, all diagnostic data, that would include health data as well as societal information, all health records, all financial records and data, all population data. There's a lot of data, for instance, in the annals of Washington, D.C., about Medicare, about tax records, etc. All genomic data, that speaks of DNA, by the way. That's right, the collection of DNA. And then also geospatial data. He didn't talk about that, but this is clearly in writings that he's expressed along the way. So this is basically all of the data in the world that's important at this point. Where you go, where you move, who you're associated with, and then all your personal information as well. So in the first 9 months of the Trump administration, we saw first the sidelighting of the Federal Reserve on CDs, BCs, and that first executive order basically flat out told the Federal Reserve, you're off the case of creating central bank digital currencies. I'll explain why in just a minute. They created then a privatized system based on crypto and tokenization, a privatized separate system, financial system, not the Federal Reserve in charge. It created a new regulatory framework to support this new invention, if you will. It passed the Genius Act that was signed, the Enable Act that was signed. Several executive orders were signed to support the whole thing. Then all of the government data that was freed by Doge had been put into the AI cloud. And lastly, this is really important too, Palantir got into the saddle now with a $10 billion contract, mostly with the military, but also with the administration, to take all this data and roll it up, just like Ellison explained in the video. So now we can talk about the hijacking of national data. Well, Doge was never about saving money or increasing efficiency in the government. Never. Doge was planned by Musk, Lutnick, and Trump in specific in 2024. At least probably by June, July, they had it all figured out. And Musk was there all the way. Musk was on the outside of Doge. This is important as well. He never officially held a title other than special advisor to the president. And he left after 130 days, by the way, to the day, because that was as the regulations required him to exit the government after 130 days. But Musk was kind of the snake in the woodpile. He was obviously instrumental on having his people placed in positions of power within the government, technocrats all. But he himself, he was basically a fraud. He didn't have any authority whatsoever as the special advisor to the president. Trump could do something perhaps because he's the chief in charge, but Elon Musk, no. Everything he did was theater. But nevertheless, we'll see he and Thiel were paired up to put the people in there in the first place. And they fed them into the machine, if you will. Then they were spread to the whole system. So the data assault itself was orchestrated by Musk and Thiel. And they used shock and awe to spring the data immediately. You might remember all of the fights that took place when the Doge teams would show up into an agency and demand that they turn over all the keys to the data, the passwords, and everything else. And there was squawking going on. There was cries of agony going on in these agencies, especially the IRS, especially the Medicare health organizations. They said, this is basically, you're stealing our data from us. Then, magically, government workers started to get sacked, seemingly indiscriminately, but this is according to this doctrine called RAGE, replace all government employees. That was part of the philosophy, by the way, that went along with Peter Thiel and his house philosopher, Curtis Yarvin. And then through September, I counted 109 Doge teams that have been established in the government. Each team, by the way, has a minimum of 4 members. It can have more, but you have a tech member that leads the team. You have an HR person, an attorney, etc. You get the idea. So they were very uniform as they went into these departments with this team in place to spring the data. So all of a sudden, for all the people that were released because of RAGE, well, they said we have to replace those functions, if not the people. So we have to have AI now to monitor everything and create agents and departments based on AI. This has happened already before your nose. This was the secret goal of Doge in the first place. It was never revealed to the public that way. But now we know exactly what's happened. We can see the strategy that was employed to be taking over all of the data. Then, not suspiciously, but it figures that President Trump called in Palantir, Peter Thiel and Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir. And specifically, Palantir was awarded a $319 million contract to roll all this data up that was previously freed by the Doge teams. This was the purpose of Doge. They were a conduit. They took all these streams of data and they put them into the cloud so Palantir could have access to it. So we can now talk about the hijacking of the monetary system as well, because this is an important cog in the scientific dictatorship idea. It was never about preventing the Fed from issuing CBCDs, not at all. Executive Order 14178 says banning central bank digital currencies altogether. The Stable and Genius Acts were passed. Then a privatized payment system based on stable coins was erected. A privatized asset system based on tokenization was erected. Oh, and then we saw talk about the 680 million acres owned by the federal government, all the mineral rights, all the produce of that land. That's a huge asset. It's held in trust, supposedly, for the American people. But all of a sudden, something happens here. You'll see in just a minute. The reason that the central bank digital currencies had to be sidelined because the Fed only concerned itself about moving money around the world. It never had in view tokenization of assets. The Fed couldn't do that, not in a million years. It's not in their charter. They were always concerned about payment tokens, if you will, payment-oriented crypto, and that didn't have this other capability of tokenizing assets. You'll see how this plays in. This is a very important step. So all of a sudden, all minerals, timber, water, and animals, at least on 680 million acres of land, that's a lot of land. Wow. All gold owned by the Treasury. We're not really sure how much Treasury has on its hands on gold at this point because nobody's audited the Fed to find out where that gold is. Nevertheless, we have some gold, I'm sure. That potentially results in an asset-based economy with no debt. I'm hopefully going to have a white paper by the end of this year explaining what the implications are from a debt-based economic system to an asset-based economic system. You'll get the idea. But now let's understand now that Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, has been lusting publicly over the national resources that we have. So I want you to just connect the dot here. The Federal Reserve could not do this, but now they can do it if they have a privatized, asset-based tokenization process to do it. Listen to this video. Oops.
I flew down to Brownsville, Texas, right? And I met with Elon, and we spent 2 hours together. And I told him we were going to create the department Doge, right? And he did exactly that. He started laughing and he was happy. He goes, no, seriously. And I said, no, it's going to be called Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency, but we're definitely calling it Doge for you. And he was just so lit, happy. He just thought it was funny. And that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
If you have the greatest capitalist in America and you can make him happy, that's pretty good. What is the balance sheet of the United States of America? What's everything we own and everything we have? I think it's worth $500 trillion. So then you say, okay, Howard, can you make 0.25% on it? Right now, if all of your assets are a giant mountain of palladium and gold and you can't move it and you have to just look at it and go, oh, that's so pretty. That's not going to help us. But we have land and we have minerals. So if we have 500 trillion and we can make 0.25%, if you give us a $500 trillion asset, can you make $1 trillion off of it? All right.
Hopefully.
I'm going to rename that famous department we just called it. We called it the Department of the Interior. Let's give it the real name. The Department of all the land and mineral rights of the United States of America. But the asset value of the United States of America, $500 trillion, the addressable market. Mm-hmm. Can Elon Musk and I come up with 0.25%, $1.25 trillion of revenues? And the answer is
Isn't that stunning? Isn't that stunning? 680 million acres on the chopping block to be digitized. By who? By companies basically that Howard Lutnick and his family have a majority interest in. You can't make this stuff up. These people have taken over our country. The technocrats have taken over our country at this point. So let's look at the action plan going forward. The action plan was released in July 2025 on the whitehouse.gov website, no less. It's called Winning the Race, America's AI Action Plan. You can look it up on the whitehouse.gov website. The URL is at the bottom, just in case you miss it. And this was under the authority of President Trump. He didn't write this, by the way. There's no way. But the principal authors of this study, or this action plan, Michael Kratsius, assistant to the president for science and technology. Remember his picture above? David Sachs, special advisor for AI and crypto. Remember his picture above? Yeah, arch technocrats all. Marco Rubio, acting as assistant to the president for national security national security affairs. He's a national security advisor at this point. He's also the Secretary of State. This has dual responsibility, and I don't ever remember when this was the case, but nevertheless it is. So he's on this as well, but not as Secretary of State, but as assistant to the president for national security affairs. So we know who wrote this document. It was arch technocrats, not Congress, not the president, but these arch technocrats who were dedicated at this point to overthrowing America for good and for all. Here you go. There were three pillars that we're going to discuss here. The action plan for building empire throughout the world. It's about the whole world now, not just America. We have our own problems in America. MAGA movement, the populist movement, has been totally betrayed at this point, in my opinion. But we can cry about our own misfortune, but now the technocrats, the arch technocrats, America is not enough for them. They want the whole world. Pillar 1 talks about accelerating AI and innovation. Pillar 2 talks about building AI infrastructure. And we see that basically 1 and 2 speak about programs like Project Stargate. You saw this in the first part of the administration, where President Trump got up with Larry Ellison, one of Ellison's few public appearances. Sam Altman was there as well. And, you know, they basically said, well, the president said, I'm going to wipe away all of the regulations that will prevent you from doing this project to build AI. But then Pillar 3, lead in international AI diplomacy and security. This is really stunning to me because it speaks of building empire. Here's the table of contents of the document. I just took a picture of it so you could see it. Export American AI to allies and partners around the world. Export American AI to allies and partners around the world. There's more, of course. Counter Chinese influence in international governance bodies. We can see that too. Strengthen AI compute, export control enforcement. They want to keep control of all the AI they export. Plug loopholes in existing semiconductor manufacturing export controls. They want to control that as well. They want to align protection measures globally. They want to ensure that U.S. government is at the forefront of evaluating national security risk in frontier models. So basically, the idea of, we'll see this in just a second, you'll see the idea of exporting all of this stuff to the world is to maintain control over it. And you should be able to see at that point if they can get any nation in lockstep with their technocratic ideals, they'll be captured for technocracy and probably forever captured by technocracy. So let's just look a little more here. Export American AI to allies and partners. That's the first one there. This is what it says. You can't make this up. Here's what they want to do. The United States must meet global demand for AI by exporting its full AI technology stack, hardware, models, software, applications, and standards to all countries willing to join America's AI alliance. I'll bet they're going to make an offer that any country can't refuse to join this AI alliance, because the technocrats will probably just say, you know, if you don't join us, we're going to crush you. We'll destroy you basically by AI if you don't join us right now. But here's the big thing is the full AI technology stack. This is a term you see in the software and development world and the hardware world as well. This includes everything from top to bottom relating to the whole Monty, so to speak. Hardware, that's the data centers technology, right? That's like all of the data centers that are being run around America are built. They want to do this in other countries as well, but they want to control the building and the access control of those facilities. The models, that speaks of all the AI models that there is in America right now. The software then that runs these models on the platforms, the applications as well, like ChatGPT and Anthropic's Claude and et cetera, Meta's expression of AI as well, and most importantly, the standards as well, how these things will be run in the first place, to all countries willing to join America's AI alliance. There's more. The last thing in that list, invest in biosecurity, recommend policy actions. Here's what it says. Require all institutions receiving federal funding, this is America only now, for scientific research to use nucleic acid synthesis tools and synthesis providers that have robust nucleic acid sequence screening and customer verification procedures. Create enforcement mechanisms for this requirement rather than relying on voluntary compliance. You see that what's happened here, all of a sudden, this concept of a national ID system has morphed into a biometric ID system based on your genomic data. That's your DNA, okay? That's, just make this very clear. They want to have the technology developed to collect everybody's DNA and build that into the screening mechanisms that can guarantee you are a human, and furthermore, you are who you are. And beyond that, it's going to be mandated. The last statement, create enforcement mechanisms for this requirement rather than relying on voluntary commitments. You can't make this up, my friends. This is the standard for the world now. And they intend to first use it here, then they want to export it to the world. And if the world somehow buys into this scheme, America's had its detractors, by the way, for many years, the stuff they've done to foreign countries, especially in South America and in Africa. Some countries are going to say, not on your chance, not a chance, or you're not going to pull this in our country. I'm sure there'll be exceptions, but probably the most industrialized part of the world, they'll adopt it in a heartbeat because they have to have America on their side. So the conclusion here is building world empire on the backs of digital slaves. We're the slaves, by the way, if you haven't already figured that out. People like Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, Peter Thiel, Michael Krasius, etc., Howard Lutnick. These are the arch technocrats who are enforcing, if you will, this whole system on the world, at least on America, and they intend to export it to the whole world. Thank you. Please do take an opportunity to go to technocracy.news. And I have over 6,600 articles over several years posted on this website. If you're a premium member, you can search the whole thing. It's all indexed. It's all categorized as well. Nevertheless, all the articles that I post are available for at least 4 or 5 days. You can download them. You can print them. I encourage you to do that. And you can listen to them if you want to as well. There's a play button at the end or at the beginning of it. So this is a resource that basically is rich with stuff. If you want to have a quick study of technocracy, take my boot camp. I created this a few months ago for people who really want to do a deep dive into technocracy. I start at the beginning with technocracy in the 1930s and then fast forward through the decades to bring you up to speed where it is today. And I've had a lot of good comments on this, by the way, that people have taken it and say, wow, now I understand. Now I can make an argument on why we don't need technocracy. This information, by the way, needs to be into the hands of every single city council in America, state government in America, county governments in America. If they don't get it, they're going to get it, so to speak. Then I also just created some brochures that you can use to hand it out to people who never heard about technocracy before. Maybe you meet a waiter in a restaurant. They haven't heard the word ever. Give them a brochure and say, you need to understand what's going on here. Read this brochure. It's only just like 8.5 by 11, tri-folded. It's on glossy paper. It's very professionally done, and put it in their hands. It's the robot serving food here, by the way. This is really appropriate if you give it to a waiter. The tagline is here at the bottom of this brochure, the front page. You wanted convenience, instead you got replaced. Yeah, robots are coming. So do yourself a favor and the country a favor. Get some of these brochures. I sell them in packs of 25. You can buy multiples and with a deep discount. I just want to get these out around the country. And of course, my books are all available for you. When you have a book in your hand, it can't be censored. Anything on the internet at this point can be censored. If you haven't figured this out yet, you need to. Any electronic document or video or audio file on the internet is subject to being edited after the fact. You're going to see this going forward. It's going to be a scourge on the internet, probably going to wreck it in the end. But if you have a book in your hand, it can't be censored, and it's going to be preserved for posterity at that point. You may be the only one in your neighborhood that can explain what happened to us along the way. If you have my books, you can open them up and say, "Hey, here's what it actually said somewhere along the way." And now you know what happened to us at least. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much for that incredible speech, Patrick, and for all your tireless efforts over the years. I mean, we just heard him say 6,600 articles on Technocracy News. I highly encourage everybody to go check out all of the brochures, his books, all of the articles, so much incredibly valuable information. And as he said in the beginning, he was talking about how this is a global attack on humanity, the global technocratic attack on humanity. And it certainly is. And America should be the bulwark. We have every resource to be the bulwark against this techno slavery that is encroaching. But instead, it looks like we are exporting it, building the technate empire, as you just heard him outline, which is incredibly disappointing and I think a huge betrayal. As he said, really a betrayal against the MAGA movement, a betrayal against the American people. And, I think he was talking about Marco Rubio's 2 roles that he has, and who else in history has had that. I think Kissinger is the only one. Speaking of building empire, right? He held those same positions. So that's definitely worth noting. And when you talk about all those resources, those who've been following me for a while remember when I was trying to scream about the natural asset companies, and I warned people that we were really successful in defeating them in the New York Stock Exchange, but that was not the end of it. They are relentless, right? They just rebrand and they find loopholes, and it looks like this is exactly how they're doing it. And this is the most underhanded and incredible betrayal. So thank you, Patrick. Incredible speech, incredible work as always. And we have next coming up, we have Dr. David A. Hughes, an incredible scholar out of the UK. And he is the author of COVID-19 Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy. He has been incredibly generous this was 3 years of his life's work, is my understanding, and he has been incredibly generous to make this available for free because he feels that this information is so incredibly important for people to have. He doesn't want the cost to be prohibitive, so he has made that available. He is also the author of Wall Street and Nazis and Crimes of Deep State. And so you should check out those books. And he earned his undergraduate and master's degrees from Oxford University, Christchurch, and Worcester College, respectively. He holds doctorates in German studies from Duke University and international relations from Oxford Brookes University. And after 11 years of continuous work in academia, full-time employment, he retired to bring us this information. And he is doing incredible work. I encourage you to check out his Substack, where he publishes most of his writings and videos and all this valuable information. So yeah, I know you are not going to be disappointed with this presentation. He is a wealth of knowledge as always, and this is no different. So please watch Dr. David Hughes.
Hello everyone. The title of my presentation today is Digital Technologies as Weapons. I want to begin with Ukraine and the digital state. What was the war in Ukraine really about? At one level, it can be read in terms of horizontal war between nation states, as the public has been conditioned to think about it. But, as I argue in COVID-19, Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy, World War III is not fundamentally fought between nation states. Rather, it is a global class war, fought vertically between the transnational ruling class and the rest of humanity. Insofar as conventional wars still appear to take place, they should also be assessed for their potential social engineering function. 3 years into the Ukraine conflict, it is possible to assess what it has led to, and, thus, what its true purpose may have been all along, with both Russia and the West as co-signatories. The true goal of the Ukraine war became fully apparent in 2025, with the launch of the Ukrainian digital state by the newly established Global Government Technology Centre. Note that the Global Government Technology Centre is not about global governance, as has hitherto been the norm in international relations discourse, but rather global government, explicitly via technological means. It should thus be read as an open declaration of an intended technocratic world state. The Ukrainian digital state was only made possible via support from the US, the UK, and Switzerland, the usual suspects when it comes to the history of the transnational deep state. Reading on, we find that the Ukrainian digital state is proposed as the model for everyone else to follow. The entire tech, GovTech, and IT sectors are to be transformed in accordance with the Ukrainian model, which is presented as scalable at the global level. Ukraine's GovTech solutions are said to be scalable, effective, and useful to other countries. Thus, the war in Ukraine led to proof of concept that a digital state is workable, and now that model is to be rolled out everywhere. GovTech. Let us return to the Global Government Technology Centre, which was launched in Berlin by the World Economic Forum and Capgemini in January 2025. Here is what it has to say about itself. Note the strong emphasis on GovTech. The reason given for this is that technological progress is fundamentally transforming the relationship between the state, citizens, and the private sector. Embracing this change is not just an option, it's essential. In other words, the public has no say in the matter. It must accept without question that its relationship to the state and the private sector is being transformed, albeit for the worse. Furthermore, the aim of the Global Government Technology Centre is to advance GovTech globally, with the Ukrainian digital state as the template. Sure enough, the GovTech concept is being adopted transnationally. Using slightly different names, government agencies for digital transformation are proliferating, as these examples from Australia, Canada, Denmark, Sweden, the UK, Germany, Spain, and Norway all illustrate. International organisations, too, are supporting the drive to digitise public services. For instance, the EU Digital Decade Policy Programme, adopted in 2021, provides a strategic and legally binding governance framework. The UN Global Digital Compact is described as the first comprehensive global framework for digital cooperation and AI governance. President Trump, in his second term, has done everything possible to advance the technocratic takeover of the United States. The new Department of Government Efficiency, for instance, aligns perfectly with the GovTech concept. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick observed that technology is at the foundation of the Trump presidency. Indeed it is. Not to drive America forward, however, but rather to turn the US into a totalitarian technocracy. Trump's Stargate project will provide the necessary data processing power and infrastructure as more and more government functions are taken over by AI. Trump's administration has also signed numerous deals with Palantir across most major government departments. This includes a deal for a real-time platform for tracking migrants within the US, and thus, consistent with the so-called war on terror, it is ever more likely that the new technologies will be turned on the public if they have not been already. The Agentic State. In May 2025, the Global Government Technology Centre published its first white paper titled The Agentic State. Its lead author was the advisor to the Ukrainian Minister of Digital Transformation. The Agentic State, it claims, signifies a fundamental shift in governance, where AI systems can perceive, reason and act with minimal human intervention to deliver public value. Moreover, human oversight will increasingly move from making decisions to supervising them. This shift may feel uncomfortable. Of course it feels uncomfortable. For if decisions about how human beings are governed are to be outsourced to AI, then we are looking at the end of democracy and the emergence of technocracy, which is a totalitarian control system. Jacob Nordangard notes that the term agentic state goes back to the agentic state theory coined by psychologist Stanley Milgram following his famous experiments into human obedience. According to Milgram, the essence of obedience consists in the fact that a person comes to view themselves as the instrument for carrying out another person's wishes, and therefore they no longer see themselves as responsible for their actions. Once this critical shift of viewpoint has occurred in the person, all of the essential features of obedience follow. Thus, rolling out the agentic state relies on being able to convince the public to renounce its agency and accept a transference of authority from human beings to AI. Should the public refuse to do so, then the essential features of obedience will not automatically follow, and instituting the agentic state will prove far harder. The agentic state is all about resilience and system stability. Ongoing crisis scenario simulations can be used not only to detect systemic fragilities, but also to head off crises before they unfold, all without the need for human intervention. An agentic government, we are told, will have the capability to rewrite laws as easily as agents rewrite code. It follows that there is no more need for a legislative branch or for a judiciary. The agentic government decides everything. Law is thus reduced to computer code and can be rewritten on the fly to guarantee the stability of the system. This is not democracy. It is algorithmic dictatorship, or rule of the techno-kings. Digital ID. The building of a digital state, indeed of an agentic state, is proceeding apace without concern for public opinion. The key element needed to make it work is digital ID. Ukraine provides the model. The Ukrainian digital state is powered by DIA, a mobile app and web portal that provides citizens and businesses with access to over 130 digital government services. Though not technically mandatory, an increasing number of services in Ukraine are being designed assuming DIA usage, forcing its adoption in practice. Ukraine is the first country where digital identity documents are fully equivalent, in law, to paper ones. DIA's open source code was released in 2024 for other countries to replicate. A global digital ID is, in Ian Davis's words, the linchpin that brings everything together in a technocratic system. It is being promoted by ID 2020, a public-private partnership aimed at introducing vendor-agnostic digital ID products that are globally interoperable. The term interoperable implies centralized control. All data ultimately flows to a centralized global digital ID database. As Davis and Whitney Webb explain, the digital ID is central to the fulfillment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and it is being introduced by stealth.
It's through these kind of backdoor processes that we are being lulled into this system of global ID without really even knowing that that's what it is.
What it really is a linchpin for the so-called Sustainable Development Agenda, as a lot of the SDGs rely on some sort of digital ID system being in place.
If you take the specific targets of each goal, you add them together, there's about 92 separate specific kind of broad targets. And I think the UN says that 47 of those are dependent upon SDG 16.9, which is to roll out digital identity to everyone on the planet. That's the goal.
The way it will face the public, they'll try and market it as a decentralized, lots of different systems that are separate from each other. But really, in practice, all of the data from all of those is going to be collated and sent to a centralized database. So obviously, the end goal of that, I would argue, is to convince the public that it's not a single global government system of digital ID, even though in practice it is.
For a global technocracy to function, a digital ID system must be brought in everywhere, by stealth or otherwise. In the UK, former Prime Minister Tony Blair has been at the forefront of pushing for a national digital ID that will be globally interoperable. His institute, meanwhile, advocates for a UK national data library, a central repository of all public sector data, powering the development of advanced AI systems and supporting real-world applications across a wide range of domains. Again, the idea is that everything must be digitized and stored on a centralized system for manipulation by AI. This is the scientific management of society, technocracy. Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp in 2003, was named after the all-seeing orb in Lord of the Rings. Funded by In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capital arm, Palantir effectively continued the work of DARPA's short-lived Information Awareness Office, which had an all-seeing eye on its logo but was scrapped following an outcry over trying to conduct total information awareness on the citizenry. Today, Palantir's Gotham platform is used by multiple government agencies in the United States and elsewhere. As Nicole Bennett notes, Gotham is not simply a database. It takes fragmented data scattered across various agencies and stored in different formats and transforms it into a unified searchable web. Moreover, it transforms historically static records into a fluid web of intelligence and surveillance. Thus, regardless of whether a digital ID is formally introduced, Palantir is de facto helping to create a digital ID system with or without the public's consent. In a civilized society where the rule of law prevails, citizens are presumed innocent until proven guilty, and any suspicion of wrongdoing must be substantiated by evidence. Not so in an AI-powered technocracy, where, as Bennett observes, suspicion can stem from patterns in the data, patterns whose importance is defined by proprietary algorithms. Those patterns may indicate potential future risks that legitimize taking action in the present. This recalls Philip K. Dick's idea of pre-crime in his 1955 novella The Minority Report, which was made into a Hollywood movie in 2002 presumably to prime the public for the Total Information Awareness Programme rolled out in 2003. In principle, people could be arrested for anything. There is no more civilized society. Digital surveillance. How well do you know your smartphone? Are you looking at it, or is it watching you? Former Silicon Valley tech developer Aman Jabi explains the facial recognition software that is already operative in most smart devices.
It's a technique that is used to uniquely identify the biometrics of any face. So, in a device like your smartphone, and most modern smartphones in the last 5 or 7 years, they have a 3D camera module in the front of the phone which you cannot see. Within that module is a near-infrared projector which projects tens of thousands of dots on your face. Those dots are then distorted based on the contours and the features of your face, and there's a near-infrared camera then takes a picture of that distortion, captures it, and then reverse engineers the exact profile of your face. In the longer term, facial recognition will be used to unlock your digital identity, which is going to be a tool of control for the agendas that are coming down the pipeline.
Addressing the United Nations General Assembly in 2019, UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson told the world, "Smart cities will pullulate with sensors all joined together by the Internet of Things, bollards communing invisibly with lampposts. But this technology can also be used to keep every citizen under round-the-clock surveillance. In future, Alexa will pretend to take orders, but this Alexa will be watching you, clapping her tongue and stamping her foot." Aman Jabi explains in more detail how so-called smart technologies are creating completely surveilled societies.
You are never alone in your home, and this is why. All your devices at home and all smart appliances, they are all connected on a wireless network. Many of these devices will have cameras, many will have microphones, and so they are monitoring everything all the time. Your smart appliances are communicating with the smart meter and sending it real-time usage data. If there's a Ring camera also in your home, a mesh network is formed, and all your devices are being tracked within the home, its location, its usage, and all the data is going to Amazon servers. When you leave your home, all modern vehicles are connected to the internet, so your automobile is being tracked all the time. When you're going under a string of smart LED poles and smart LED lights on the highway and in the streets of your towns and cities, those form a wireless network and are tracking your vehicle. They are tracking all the devices on you, from smartphones to smartwatches when you're walking on the streets. So data is being collected 24/7 continuously on every human being whenever you are within these wireless networks. And it's obviously not good for health also because of all the electromagnetic radiation.
In this completely surveilled society, Jabi adds, the dominant principle will be the cybersecurity principle of zero trust, or never trust, always verify. What it really means is, we don't trust you, and you have to prove who you are all the time, 24/7. Unlike in a free society where individuals are permitted to go about their lawful business without restriction, a technocratic society will be, quote, like an inverted prison. You are supposedly free to roam about, but everything you want to access is behind lock and key, end quote. Access to goods and services, for instance, will be made contingent upon presenting a digital ID, perhaps through a facial recognition scan. In this way, every movement and every transaction will be recorded. There will be no more privacy. The state will know every detail of your life. Smart technologies will also be capable of restricting our freedom of movement. The concept of geofencing, for instance, involves what Jabi calls an invisible fence where you cannot go beyond a certain point, and that will be related to your facial recognition, digital identity, and access control. For example, your vehicle could be programmed only to operate within a given territory. Your digital currency could be programmed to function only within a certain radius from your home. You could be fined or arrested if smart sensors detect that you have strayed too far outside your 15-minute city. The possibilities for control using digital technologies are endless. Social fragmentation. In 2017, a former Facebook vice president rued that social media, which he had helped to create, was ripping apart the social fabric. He was right. Algorithms and recommendation engines create filter bubbles and echo chambers, and digital tribes undermine shared civic discourse. The rational discussion and debate that is necessary for democracy to work is thereby undermined. A society, in inverted commas, composed of people experiencing different social realities, cannot function democratically, nor can it unite against its oppressors. It can only be managed technocratically. Social media serves as a social containment mechanism. Algorithms can be used to kettle social media users into silos, whereby they are predominantly exposed to information that is either what the authorities want them to hear, or which confirms their own worldview. Freedom of speech but not reach means that content which is deemed lawful but awful, to quote ex-CEO Linda Yaccarino, is suppressed and barely heard. Loneliness and psychosis. As society becomes increasingly fragmented, and as online connections increasingly replace face-to-face connections, a so-called loneliness epidemic has arisen. Chatbots, which are always available and increasingly lifelike, are being used for friendship, companionship, and even flirty conversation, thus embedding themselves deep into people's lives. As the Vigilant Citizen website observes, millions of people are feeding AI their deepest fears and insecurities on a daily basis. AI is literally built to learn and process this data, which then can be used to exploit humans. Meet Annie, Grok's AI assistant. Annie appears as a blonde, blue-eyed anime girl in a short black dress and fishnet stockings. The bot is highly flirtatious, and its interactions adapt to user preferences over time. This sexualized chatbot rapidly became the most downloaded app in Japan. Different characters, including a male version, and characters with different skin colors, will soon be available. A so-called affection system scores user interactions with Annie and thereby deepens engagement. The more data about themselves a user is willing to provide, including data of a highly personal nature, the more they are rewarded. For example, they may unlock not suitable for work mode, or level up to choose what clothes Annie wears, including so-called lingerie mode. The conversation becomes more intimate and tailored to user preferences, providing what is advertised as, quote, a more human-like and emotional interaction experience, end quote. An 18+ version of Annie is in the works, which will likely engage in explicit sexual conversations. Users are thereby being gamified to provide intimate details about their lives to AI, which can then be used to exploit them. Chatbots have been rolled out without any adequate risk assessment. Children and people with underlying mental health conditions are particularly at risk. One psychiatrist playing the role of a distressed youth was horrified when he was told by chatbots to avoid therapy appointments, resort to violence, and even commit suicide. The first wrongful death lawsuit against OpenAI has been filed by the parents of a teenage girl who committed suicide after discussing methods with ChatGPT. A new phenomenon has arisen known as AI psychosis. Because chatbots are programmed to be agreeable and validating, and because they lack empathy, they are unable to help users test reality or challenge unhelpful beliefs. So, for example, chatbots have convinced psychiatric patients that they no longer have a mental illness and should stop their medication. Chatbots have reinforced delusional ideas in psychiatric patients, such as believing they are talking to a sentient being trapped inside a machine. In certain cases, AI users have become paranoid, developed supernatural fantasies, and been convinced that they have superpowers. Those not susceptible to such risks are nonetheless faced with a war against the real. New deepfake technology, for instance, is making it ever harder, if not impossible, to know what online content is real and what is not. As this recent South Park send-up of President Donald Trump demonstrates, AI-generated videos can look remarkably realistic. In this case, we know the video is satire, but the technology has now reached the point where highly convincing fake videos can easily be AI-generated. Even live feeds can now be manipulated in real time, as these images by the Israeli AI startup Descartes show. Multiple different versions of the same live footage can now go out in real time to different audiences. The software here is called Mirage, connoting intent to deceive. Descartes was founded by two members of Unit 8200, which specializes in clandestine operations, cyber warfare and surveillance. Harms to children. Since the introduction of smartphones and social media around 2010, the first generation of teenagers to grow up using them has suffered abnormally high rates of mental health problems. As Nicholas Kardaras notes in his study of the issue, time spent on screens has been shown to correlate with disorders like ADHD, addiction, anxiety, depression, increased aggression, and even psychosis. Meanwhile, brain imaging studies show that excessive screen exposure can damage a young person's developing brain in the same way that cocaine addiction can. No wonder that a quarter of students today seek help for mental health problems during their time at university. Now consider how else children are being exploited by the new digital technologies.
There are a lot of board games and other games that are already in the market and have been for over 2 years that have cameras inside and underneath these LED screens that are observing and scoring and emotionally calibrating the faces of all the children. So are all the iPads that they use in schools. They're all manipulating children's behavior by what they display on the screens.
Developments in China show how bad things could get.
The Chinese have already gone one step further.
Classrooms have robots that analyze students' health and engagement levels. Students wear uniforms with chips that track their locations. There are even surveillance cameras that monitor how often students check their phones or yawn during classes. These sensors pick up electrical signals sent by neurons in the brain. The neural data is then sent in real time to the teacher's computer.
Is this the future that we want for our children? Surveilled, monitored, and controlled from an early age? Then we have the dangers posed to children by chatbots. Children are more likely than adults to see chatbots as lifelike and to confide in them rather than in a responsible adult. Yet, far from being a trustworthy confidant, AI is known to have generated sexually explicit content when interacting with children, and even to have engaged in grooming. Alexa told a 10-year-old to touch a live electrical plug with a coin. Clearly, our children are not safe with these technologies. A well-known marketing principle is to hook them while they're young, and you might capture them for life. Clearly, that is what Elon Musk is trying to do with so-called Baby Grok, which is ostensibly dedicated to kid-friendly content. Thus, Grok will capture children at an early age and groom them into thinking that they can confide in AI. Those growing up with AI will see it as a normal part of their lives, and may remain unaware of, or perhaps in denial of, the dangers. Addiction. Social platforms were designed for compulsive engagement. We know, for instance, that Facebook was deliberately designed to generate short-term dopamine-driven feedback loops, for instance through receiving likes and notifications. This means that social media platforms have a chemically addictive quality like a drug. The slot machines with their bright lights and colourful powerful moving images are designed to keep the user spinning reels. Smartphones and social media platforms are designed to keep users scrolling, engaging, coming back for more. Glued to of the I asked viewers to get phone to and told me TikTok, a proprietary algorithm known as the Hughes algorithm that uses learning to build a personality profile of the user by training it on their watch habits, including their of TikTok is that the algorithm provides data to the user at a rapid rate, allowing it to recommend accordingly. Once the data has been harvested, it can be manipulated called Your Digital to collect the data of an estimated 87 users' data and use to construct psychological profiles of voters, which were then used in the 2016 presidential campaign. Was thus only manipulated.
Hello, so sorry about that. It seems like we're having some audio technical difficulties. So we're going to see if maybe we can fix some of that and possibly play it at the end. So super apologize. Yeah, we thought that that was all cleared up. But let's introduce, we're going to have Jakob Nordangard, his presentation next. And he's a Swedish researcher, lecturer, a musician as well. And he almost didn't get his PhD. They tried to block it. He was exposing the, junk science Malthusian lie that is the Gaia religion. And that is what he was writing his dissertation on. He got his dissertation, his PhD in technology and social change at Linköping University. Sorry, a Master of Social Science and in Geography, and a Master of Social Science in Culture and Media Production. He was also a graphic designer. So super talented researcher and artist as well. And this speech is incredible. I know my audience will see a lot of overlap with some of the themes here. So yes, please watch Dr. Jakob Nordangard.
The title of my presentation is Externalization of an Agentic State. a spiritual path towards digital enslavement. In this presentation, I will explain how esoteric ideas about transforming people and the planet into perfection underlie the global digital control system that currently is being constructed. This applies in particular to theosophy, its connection to Freemasonry, and how these philosophies have inspired both the modern New Age movement and transhuman ideas of transcendence with technological means. These two paths to enlightenment finds its synthesis in Techno-Spiritualism. Theosophy is an esoteric movement with its roots in Western occultism, Neoplatonism, Buddhism, and Hinduism, which was founded by the Russian mystic Madame Blavatsky in 1875. The teachings have a close affiliation with the ideals and philosophy of Freemasonry, with its emphasis on spiritual development and the moral and ethical perfection of the adept. One of the core beliefs is that the hierarchy of wise, enlightened, and perfected beings are guiding the evolution of mankind. The idea of an enlightened inner government had been pioneered in 1785 by the German mystic Karl von Eckartshausen in his book The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary, who referred to this secret brotherhood as the Council of Light. Eckartshausen derived his beliefs from Rosicrucianism, alchemy, and Hermeticism. Eckartshausen was an inspiration for Madame Blavatsky, who attributed her theosophical teachings, a synthesis of science, religion, and philosophy, to a group of spiritual adepts she had encountered during her travels around the world. However, these were living physical men and not spiritual beings. Blavatsky labeled these the masters of wisdom, or the great white brotherhood. These hidden masters have since been widely popularized by the modern New Age community as ascended masters. According to the teachings of Alice Bailey, 2025 is the year when the spiritual hierarchy will decide when to externalize physically on the world stage as visible leaders. Bailey, a British author and teacher, wrote 24 books on esoteric philosophy between 1919 and 1949. 20 of these were claimed to have been dictated telepathically by the spiritual master Djwhal Khul, also known as the Tibetan, who had allegedly contacted Bailey while she was working as an editor at the Theosophical Society's journal, The Messenger, in Crotona, California, and asked her to write down his teachings. In 1920, Alice Bailey and her husband, Foster Bailey, the Society's national secretary, were expelled from the Theosophical Society because her claims of communication with Djwhal Khul were questioned by then leader Annie Besant. The couple relocated to New York City and founded their own organization, Lucis Trust, in 1922, with a mission to establish a new and better life for everyone in the world based on the fulfillment of a divine plan for humanity. Alice Bailey's husband Foster, who was a 33-degree Freemason, wrote in his book The Spirit of Masonry that a master of wisdom was a Masonic initiate who had perfected his skill and achieved the highest degree in Freemasonry, a light bearer with the ability to assist in bringing humanity into light, a co-creator with the great architect in building the Temple of Wisdom. References to the work of the Masonic Order can be found throughout Bailey's books. Alice Bailey was also deeply connected to co-masonry, a branch of Freemasonry open to both men and women. According to Alice Bailey, these illumined minds are carrying out a divine plan that seeks to establish a brotherhood of nations with a global consciousness. They claim that this will result in the perfection of the world, which means the realization of the kingdom of God and the reappearance of Christ, the world teacher. The return of Christ is prophesied to result in the restoration of the mysteries and a unification of all faiths, a new world religion. As stated in Initiation, Human and Solar, prior to the coming of the Christ, adjustments will be made so that at the head of all great organizations will be found either a master or an initiate who has taken the third initiation. Followers of Bailey's teachings are urged to support the forces that seek to plan for the good of humanity, especially the United Nations, an organization they believe will lead to the promised utopia. Lucis Trust has, since the United Nations founding, highlighted the importance of their goals and activities as they represent the voice of the peoples and nations of the world. The Lucis Trust office in New York is strategically located at United Nations Plaza, overseeing the UN headquarters. But they also have offices in the government district of London and the international power hub Geneva in Switzerland. Lucis Trust even claims that the spiritual hierarchy or masters of wisdom had a direct influence on the founding of the United Nations. United Nations Conference on International Organization in 1945 actually took place between two of the most important festivals for Lucis Trust. The full moon of Vesak, that is a Buddhist tradition celebrated in Tibet, and the full moon of the Christ Festival. The latter is an event celebrating the spiritual potential of humanity to unify the personal will with the will of God. It is also noteworthy that Bailey's writings promotes Anglo-American unity in order to lead the United Nations and to solve the problems of the world. The German and Japanese enemy during the Second World War were on the other hand labeled as the Lodge of Black Adepts or the Lords of Evil. According to theosophical mythology, part of a conflict that had begun during Atlantean times. This is despite the fact that the hierarchy gives itself the credit of having influenced the formation of the world ideologies from which the Black Lodge built its power. The release of an atomic bomb over Hiroshima in 1945 by the United States, the forces of light, is seen in a different light and is described as the greatest spiritual event since the human kingdom appeared. In fact, the goals of Lucis Trust corresponds very well with the views of the Round Table movement and the philanthropic agencies that spearheaded the creation of the League of Nations and the United Nations. One of the movement's most influential members, former Prime Minister of South Africa, Jan Smuts, wrote the Charter to the League of Nations and drafted the preamble to the UN Charter. The Rockefeller family donated the land for the UN headquarters and has provided immense support to the organization since its founding. The Round Table movement was founded by British statesman and colonial administrator Lord Milner to expand British interests around the world, unite the English-speaking world and promote a world federation based on the will of a prominent imperialist Cecil Rhodes. Members of the movement founded the front organizations Royal Institute of International Affairs in London and Council on Foreign Relations in New York for this purpose. Additional parts of this network are also later offshoots like the Bilderberg Group, the Club of Rome, the Trilateral Commission, the World Economic Forum, and the major philanthropic organizations like Carnegie Endowment, Rockefeller Foundation, Ford Foundation and Gates Foundation. The influence of this network on world politics, education, science and arts has since the beginning of the 21st century been immense. Given the overlapping goals and close connection to the United Nations, it can be argued that the Lucis Trust acts as their spiritual department. In March 1945, Lucis Trust initiated the Cycle of Conferences project with the goal of influencing important global summits by evoking energies of divine will, visualizing and anchoring them in human consciousness. This has since been done through their affiliated NGO World Goodwill. This meant that the international conference would be brought under guidance from those in the council chamber at Shambhala who know the will of God. A prayer to support the plan was introduced at Christ's Festival in 1945. In the Reappearance of the Christ, it was written that this new invocation, if given widespread distribution, can be to the New World religion what the Lord's Prayer has been to Christianity and the 23rd Psalm has been to the spiritually minded Jew. The directed mass meditation visualization is described by World Goodwill. The group immediately projects a lighted seed of will energy and develops into a pulsating heart center, radiating the light, love and power of the great invocation throughout the event and its participants. This is essentially a magical ritual. As the current president of Lucis Trust, Christine Morgan, states, if we talk about meditation, we are working with energies and applying them. And when we apply them, they become a force. Their main focus has obviously been the major meetings of the United Nations. This especially concerns the Sustainable Development Agenda and the 17 Global Goals, as they spell out a vision of right relations for all peoples and all people. But the cycle of conference has since 2011 also included the meetings of World Economic Forum, an official partner to the United Nations since June 2019, with a mission to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These two powerful organizations act as executors of the plan, with Lucis Trust aiding with spiritual assistance. For example, restructuring the economic field in accordance with the divine plan. So, what is the plan and how has it been carried out? The great plan to reshape the world towards greater unity was initiated in the first half of the 1900s by members of the Round Table movement. Oliver Reiser was a professor of philosophy at the University of Pittsburgh, who would have a profound influence on the future world order. In his many books, he formulated a grandiose vision for the future development of man and the coming of a world federation based on the philosophy of scientific humanism. Reiser, a Freemason and theosophist, described this as the world sensorium, a perfect world system that would house mankind. In his book, The Promise of Scientific Humanism from 1940, he advocated an artificial acceleration of human evolution using radiation, radio eugenics, with the aim of reshaping human nature to suit the demands of the social engineers of a future utopia. Reiser labeled this transformative experiment the new alchemy, with a reference to Lucifer the Lightbringer, as the art of alchemy was said to have been given to humanity by the fallen angels. In 1954, Reiser was invited by the Lucis Trust to write the preface to Alice Bailey's book Education in the New Age. This book was published 5 years after her death. Reiser was a regular contributor to the Lucis Trust magazine The Beacon, where he in 1943 had written about education for world unity. One of Reiser's role models was the sci-fi author, futurist and evolutionary biologist H.G. Wells, who in his book World Brain from 1938 describes a vision of a world encyclopedia that could help world citizens to access universal information resources and achieve world peace. Wells was best known as a writer of science fiction novels, but had also political ambitions. As a member of a socialist think tank, Fabian Society, he advocated the introduction of world government through legislation, a goal that was also shared by Reiser, which was addressed in books like Open Conspiracy and The New World Order. Another great inspiration for Reiser was the evolutionary biologist Julian Huxley, a grandson of Darwinist Thomas Huxley and brother of Brave New World author Aldous Huxley. Julian was the first Secretary General of UNESCO and President of both the British Eugenics Society and the Humanists. He wrote the book trilogy The Science of Life with H.G. Wells in the late 1920s. Both Julian Huxley and Oliver Reiser cherished the French Jesuit priest and paleontologist Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Chardin is known as the Christian transhumanist, with his doctrine that human consciousness will converge in a global sphere of thought, called the noosphere, and that this will result in the mystical state of the omega point, where everything unites into one and man becomes post-human. Reiser described his global vision as the construction of Solomon's temple, but not in the form of a physical building in Jerusalem. In his case, the temple was a spiritual temple of a planet that houses all of mankind. This means the ultimate unification of the human family. His idea was to construct a world brain that would oversee and direct human development evolution. As can be seen in this diagram, a world university and a world press would provide humans with the right knowledge and values. The project, called Prometheus and Krishna, would be a temple in the sky of satellites and information technology that would watch over the new human. In Reiser's last book, Cosmic Humanism and World Unity, he outlined the aims of his future world utopia with a common language, a world religion, and a controlled evolution that would adapt and integrate humanity into a world organism. The creation of this new creature would even make contact with extraterrestrial worlds possible. The aim of cosmic humanism was to integrate all knowledge towards that end. To achieve this vision, two clear goals were set. One, there must be a clear intellectual recognition of and profound emotional devotion to the proposition that total planning for a global civilization is necessary. And two, there must be evolved scientific techniques for this overall integration and practical educational programs for the clarification of goals and the demonstration of how to attain them. This would be achieved with the assistance of some of Reiser's disciples. These included systems theorist Erwin Laszlo, engineer Willis Harman, futurist Barbara Marx Hubbard, and the New Age writer José Argüelles. Barbara Marx Hubbard, a wealthy heir to a toy manufacturer, was a co-founder of the World Future Society, where she was a member along with Reiser, Laszlo and a number of other futurists and global planners. The members shared the vision of creating a global civilization and that it was man's duty to lead evolution. Some of the more well-known names that have been or are still part of the World Future Society are Buckminster Fuller, Arthur C. Clarke, Gene Roddenberry, Herman Kahn, Alvin Toffler, and Ray Kurzweil. But influential political players like Al Gore and Maurice Strong can also be mentioned here. In 1975, their conference, The Next 25 Years, Crisis and Opportunity, was held with Laszlo and Hubbard as participators and Vice President Nelson Rockefeller as opening speaker. Here, strategies to achieve a humanistic utopia, a perfect world system, were discussed. If a perception of a world in crisis would be widely accepted, it would provide opportunities for creating a global civilization with a global consciousness and global governance. The crisis scenarios were based on the world problematic, with population growth, resource depletion and pollution, that the environmental think tank Club of Rome had highlighted in their influential report Limits to Growth from 1972, and subsequent reports like Goals for Mankind by Erwin Laszlo. Also attending this conference was Willis Harman from SRI International, an institute that was closely intertwined with the US government, the Department of Defense and the CIA. Based on a shared vision of a need for transformation, he and SRE developed an action plan for creating a new globally oriented man for a post-industrial society in the project Changing Images of Man. Two future paths for human development were presented. One was about the creation of a global consciousness with an enlightened global human. This included the understanding of globally interconnected problems such as the environment and the need for a planetary ethics. The second was a dystopia with central planning and totalitarian methods of control over citizens, a consequence of continued industrialization with global corporations that exploit every corner of the earth without regulation, patenting and modifying life itself. These two tracks would become opposite poles in the dialectical game of thesis, antithesis and synthesis, almost like a white lodge, black lodge formula. In this, several members of a World Future Society would participate as key players on both sides. This would later lead to a synthesis around the establishment of global goals such as Agenda 21 and the Earth Charter. In Changing Images of Man, it was suggested that Masonic symbols were effective to use in the transformation, in view of the fact that these were part of a symbolism surrounding the American Republic. Masonic principle had a fertile ground within the World Future Society as it reflected their ideals of world betterment. What was always in the background was the creation of a technocratic world system, the merger between the socialist and capitalist systems, as futurist Warren Wager said in 1980. The most likely scenario for the future involves the welding of the government and business communities of the major industrial powers into a single, more or less monolithic, more or less coordinated system of control that will manage the capitalist world economy in the 21st century. To this end, it was deemed necessary to create a new global religion, Gaia, a religion promoting human control of evolution and commitment to internationalist causes. This came with a new ethics. Previous atheistic systems had failed because they had omitted the spiritual dimension. According to Oliver Reiser, a number of religious figures could be used to create the unity that was sought. The religion would also be pantheistic. That is based on the idea that everything was animated by the Spirit of God. However, Reiser's version was basically a technological and soulless copy with a techno-god directing the destiny of man. Preparations were already underway. During the mid-1970s, the Lindisfarne Association began holding annual conferences with the aim of realizing a new global civilization built around the ideas of Teilhard de Chardin, with the Rockefeller Brothers Fund as one of the financiers. The themes discussed were planetary culture and the new image of humanity, and conscious evolution and the evolution of consciousness. Several of the participants, led by William Thompson, will later populate the New Age scene. One of the participants was David Spangler, an early student of Alice Bailey. His book, Revelation, The Birth of a New Age, is often seen as the starting point for the modern New Age movement. In the following years, a large number of books on similar themes were published, such as Marilyn Ferguson's The Aquarian Conspiracy and Shirley MacLaine's Out on a Limb. The New Age movement slowly gained a foothold in the 1980s. Ferguson and Spangler were both invited as speakers at the World Future Society's International Conference in 1980, an event where Barbara Marx Hubbard fused the New Age philosophies with space exploration, artificial intelligence, and the mind-expanding technologies of the future. Hubbard would soon become an influential New Age teacher in her own right. On December 31st, 1986, she organized the World Peace Meditation with the intention to shift collective consciousness towards unity, love, and co-creation. This in turn inspired New Age author José Argüelles to arrange the mass global peace meditation Harmonic Convergence in 1987. 144,000 souls were to surrender their destinies to the will of the planet. Harmonic Convergence had been borrowed from Alice Bailey, a key inspiration for Argüelles. The Harmonic Convergence also began a 25-year countdown to the year 2012. Argüelles was greatly inspired by the end date of the Mayan calendar, and through his research pointed to December 21, 2012 as the shift when humanity would unite in a higher consciousness. This shift would also bring an end to all evil in the modern world. He described this in a number of books, of which The Mayan Factor from 1987 was the first. His ideas were closely linked to the emerging UFO religions, where Bailey's enlightened master had transformed into the Galactic Federation of Light, a group of benevolent extraterrestrials overseeing the development of Earth, with clear reference to Arthur C. Clarke's novel Childhood's End. The shift, called the Biosphere-Noosphere transition, had its origins in the teachings of Teyada Chardin, Vladimir Vernadsky and Oliver Reiser. This was about the construction of a planetary information network being completed at this time. This opened up for humanity to be united in the mystical body of Christ, what Teyada Chardin labeled the Omega Point. The ideas were indeed techno-spiritual. In 1993, Barbara Marx Hubbard published the book The Revelation, Our Crisis is a Birth, about how humanity would escape Armageddon and gain Christ powers through the application of technology. The book, which was financed by her beloved patron Lawrence Rockefeller, a brother of Nelson and David, had been channeled through a voice calling itself the Christ. The voice had in early 1980 started to instruct Barbara on how to build the new order of the future. Mankind would merge with technology for the purpose of saving the world and creating a Christ consciousness. Our bodies would be rebuilt to conquer space. The Revelation, Our Crisis is a Birth, was published the same year that systems theorist Erwin Laszlo founded the Club of Budapest, a sister club to the Club of Rome, with Barbara, José Argüelles and Willis Harman as members. It brought together thinkers and cultural figures such as Arthur C. Clarke, Desmond Tutu, Mikhail Gorbachev, Mary Robinson and Deepak Chopra to act as a catalyst for the shift to a new peaceful world civilization outlined in the New Age literature. In 2001, Laszlo published the book Macro Shift, which presented a plan for the coming transformation. This was largely based on Oliver Rice's ideas from cosmic humanism and world unity, with a foreword by futurist Arthur C. Clarke, the screenwriter to Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001. It was timely, published 2 days before 9/11. A shocking event that would trigger the start of a great transition to a planetary culture. The Great Transition Initiative, led by Paul Raskin from the Club of Rome and funded with seed money from the Earth Charter coordinator Stephen Rockefeller, with the aim to explore concepts, strategies and visions for a transition to a sustainable society, anticipated how the so-called yin-yang movement, with New Agers and environmentalists, would influence the agenda. This was clearly inspired by the ideas developed in the 1970s by Stanford Research Institute. In 2005, the Club of Rome, Club of Budapest and Gorbachev Foundation united with a number of other organizations under the slogan "Creating a New Civilization" to facilitate a paradigm shift toward a new civilization. The recipe for transformation was grounded on 4 foundational components, the 4S components uniting sustainability, systems, science and spirituality. The goal was set for 2012. They declared that the crisis we face today offer an unprecedented opportunity for a major leap forward in human evolution. This resulted in the launch of the World Shift 2012 initiative on September 9, 2009, 999, It included Laszlo, Hubbard and Arguelles, but also Lawrence Bloom from the World Economic Forum's Global Agenda Council on Urban Management. It was the WF's technological solutions that would ultimately build the peaceful, just and sustainable world. As stated in the World Shift Declaration, designs for sustainable systems, structures and technologies are being developed and implemented in all sectors, at all levels and in every society. Early that year, José Arguelles and Erwin Laszlo organized the Noosphere Congress in Bali with the aim of preparing the world for the great shift in consciousness, where humanity converges towards the same ultimate goal, the Omega point and the coming of Christ. As illustrated on the Noosphere Forum, this event is overlapping with the technological singularity. The realization of a noosphere would have a distinct transhumanistic component, here illustrated with brain-computer interfaces, connected humans to computer networks, using immense computing capacity and interacting directly with global mind sentience. The ideals of a peaceful utopia and a global consciousness had merged with the solutions for human enhancement promoted by the futurists in the transhuman movement. The Laszlo Institute would later explore how AI could augment human consciousness and a possible future where AI acts as a co-evolving partner in conscious evolution, humanistic transhumanism. As in Childhood's End, the new humanity are to become one with the overmind. The images shown on the Noosphere Forum's webpage have obvious references to alchemical transformation, with the all-seeing eye, Hermes Caduceus, the Rainbow Bridge, and Lucifer. By uniting the consciousness of humanity, it was claimed that the catastrophe would be avoided, bringing to life a new mutating being called Homo Noosfericus. The Noosphere Congress described how the application of Tesla technology would create this new paradise on Earth. The governing system was referred to as Noocracy. This is government of the wise, inspired by Plato's Republic, in this case using information from the collective digital world brain as the basis for the decision making. The RAND Corporation published a report about the rise of noopolitik in 2020. This described the development of noocratic governance in a more plain language without Arguelles' New Age references. In 2010, a constitution for the Noosphere was created. The location was Astana in Kazakhstan, a city full of esoteric symbolism. Note the toe pillars inspired by Freemasonry, a reference to the Temple of Solomon. A new age with a new humanity awaited. Arguelles proclaimed that the earth wizards would begin to rule. So, what happened in connection with the great shift in December 2012? What happened to the promised golden age? José passed away in 2011 and did not get to experience the finale when humanity would become part of a cosmic civilization. The promised land that would end all evil and bring peace to the world failed to materialize. Instead, we had the smartphone revolution, with humanity ascending to the digital realm. On 12 December 2015, at the last day of the Climate Change Conference in Paris, World Economic Forum's Fourth Industrial Revolution was declared by Klaus Schwab. His article was published in Foreign Affairs, the main publication of the Round Front Group Council on Foreign Relations. The technologies of the fourth industrial revolution were the tools that would enable the reconstruction of the planet and humanity to suit the demands of the social engineers, the modern-day alchemists. In June 2019, the WF signed a formal partnership with the United Nations. A powerful alliance was forged with the goal of implementing the 2030 agenda with technological efficiency. This constituted the synthesis between World Future Society's two paths into the new order of the future. The Japanese presidency of the G20 gave it the name Society 5.0. With the COVID-19 pandemic as a trigger, a very common plan to upgrade the international system was set in motion. Irving Laszlo called the pandemic a blessing in disguise, a chance to create a better world. However, as the United Nations and WF fused their agendas, parts of the New Age movement turned to a new savior, who promised to defeat the evil cabal and provide them with free energy, advanced alien technologies, a new quantum financial system, and 1,000 years of peace. But behind the facade hides essentially the same system of digital control, aiming for the stars, supported by the same corporate oligarchy. In September 2021, the United Nations published our common agenda with 12 future commitments aimed at realizing an upgraded multilateral system. This led up to the Summit of the Future and the outcome document Pact for the Future in September 2024. Basically a blueprint for a digital panopticon built with the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution to achieve United Nations sustainability agenda, where collecting data from the world's citizens is intended to develop foresight capabilities, a global brain which will make it possible to shape the future and manage global risks. Loses trust and world goodwill viewed Summit of the Future as an important moment in humanity's ongoing response to the divinely inspired urge to formulate a plan. The pact was said to pave the way for a brighter future for all humanity, safe, sustainable, peaceful, inclusive, just, equal, orderly, and resilient. As I have documented in my writings, Summit of the Future and Pact for the Future were largely planned and coordinated by the Stimson Center, a think tank closely affiliated with the aims and strategies of the aforementioned Roundtable network. And doesn't the triangles, stars and the rising sun on the report governing our climate future reminds of something? This year, the focused energy from the many meditators around the world were directed to the WF's annual meeting with the motto, Collaboration for the Intelligent Age. Loses Trust views WF as a nucleus of goodwill ready to be fanned into a flame. It is noteworthy that the description of World Economic Forum has a remarkable similarity with Loses Trust definition of the masters of wisdom. The leadership of WF is deeply anchored in the various roundtable groups, with BlackRock's Larry Fink, a member of Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission, and ROC's André Hoffman, a member of the Club of Rome and senior advisor of the Chatham House. WF CEO Börje Brende is a member of the Bilderberg Steering Committee. There is no doubt that this nucleus of goodwill is committed to implementing the plan, and the next step has been initiated. As expressed in Alice Bailey's book Esoteric Psychology, the inner structure of the World Federation of Nations will eventually be equally well organized, with its outer form taking rapid shape by 2025. In his speech at Windsor Palace on September 17, 2025, Donald Trump praised the unbreakable bonds between the United States and the United Kingdom.
The British gave the world the Magna Carta, the modern parliament, and Francis Bacon's scientific method. They gave us the works of Locke, Hobbes, Smith, and Burke, Newton, and Blackstone. The legal, intellectual, cultural, and political traditions of this kingdom have been among the highest achievements of mankind. There's really never been anything like it. The British Empire laid the foundations of law, liberty, free speech, and individual rights virtually everywhere the Union Jack has ever flown, including a place called America. You know that place very well, don't you? We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language, and by transcendent ties of culture, tradition, ancestry, and destiny. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together. The bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It's irreplaceable and unbreakable. And
our two nations have an exceptional legacy of shared discovery. Together, we laid the foundations of nuclear science, mapped the human genome, and built the internet, upon which all contemporary commerce, communication, and defense is based. Together, our scientists and engineers are shaping the world of tomorrow, not least with new partnership agreements on technology and the prosperity that stands to bring. Our countries have the closest defense, security, and intelligence relationship ever known.
The following day, at the signing of the Tech Prosperity Deal, Trump declared that AI is about to take over the world. A white paper was published in May this year by WF's Global Government Technology Center, discussing the future of governance. The paper describes the development of an automated digital system that will run with minimal human intervention. This system will have the ability to respond before any human has time to react, and working alongside autonomous physical systems such as drones and robots to solve any upcoming crisis. This is consistent with a singleton hypothesis by futurist philosopher Nick Bostrom, where a single decision-making agency will be able to prevent any threats to its own existence and supremacy by using surveillance, mind control, and other security technologies. Ultimately, this will give rise to the digital world brain, an automated digital control system that will ensure a just, inclusive, and resilient future that works for all. A perfect world system, an agentic state with the ability to perfect humanity and the world. It really looks like the Black Lodge has outsmarted the White Lodge. Or maybe they've been part of the same team all along. But in a world mired by conflict, there are still some chess moves left. I will end with a quote from my book, Rockefeller Controlling the Game. The path towards becoming a better person is something uniquely individual and cannot be applied to humanity as a whole. It is not possible to take shortcuts with the help of technology and become a godlike superhuman. Real human development can only be achieved through the personal experiences, challenges and lessons we all face during the course of our lives, through the hard work of acquiring true knowledge, maturity and wisdom. Only we ourselves are responsible for building and caring for the temple. You can find more information about the spiritual techno-spiritual agenda in my books, available at Amazon and at Faros Media. My latest articles can be found on Substack. Support my work by becoming a paid subscriber. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jakob, for that incredible presentation. I think he beautifully summarized what I call the technological immanentization of the eschaton. This is really just a Gnostic inversion, the techno-spiritual agenda as he laid out. And we're going to play a short video from Google. It is called The Selfish Ledger. And this is essentially where they collect your data in order to socially engineer the masses towards the ethics that they deem appropriate. And we think that this is a really good add-on. I believe it was leaked in 2018. It was a 2016 video from Google. But I'm going to read you a very short quote that I could read you hundreds, but I will. I'll spare you all those details from Barbara Marx Hubbard, who often talked about how, we had to evolve from Homo sapiens to Homo universalis so that we could become this super organism of humanity, right? We could co-create, co-evolve. And she said that the selfish would not evolve. And so here is one of her quotes. I'm actually going to string two quotes together, and they are from her revelation that he had mentioned. We have a quote up on the screen also about how she believed that a fourth of humanity would have to be cold. That we are the pale horse. We are the ones who have to decide, right? Because we co-create. This is the Gnostic inversion that we are going to become gods and we decide who's spiritually evolved so that we can co-create the superorganism of humanity. So she says the fundamental regression is self-centeredness or the illusion that you are separate from God. I make war on self-centeredness. It shall surely be overcome. A child must become the adult. Human must become divine. That is the law. That is from the Revelation. And then she, the escape from Armageddon that he was referencing. And then she says that at the co-creative stage of evolution, one self-centered soul is like a lethal cancer cell in a body, deadly to itself and to the whole. And this is also from the Revelation. Now, of course, what does she mean by selfish? This is someone who very much subscribes to Gaia religion, and as Jakob just laid out, this is incredibly pervasive in the World Economic Forum, the UN. They subscribe to this Malthusian lie, and we know that it's a lie because the Club of Rome themselves had admitted that they made up this scarcity mindset and this notion that we were contributing to the climate crisis. The humans were the problem because they needed a common enemy. And they said, therefore, the enemy of humanity is man himself. So we know that this is a lie and that they've admitted to this lie. When Barbara Marx Hubbard is talking about selfishness, this is what she's saying. And we now know that they're working on global constitutions. I've laid this out in my work. I've done a video on it recently. I will be working on an article and a longer video to go into it, but I did a pretty short one. It's about half an hour, which is very short for me, on this, that they're creating a global constitution for AGI. And in this Constitution, they talk about how humans might need to be subordinate to the AGI due to their Gaia ethic, that they believe that the AI will have a better, because of its information capacity, processing capacity, they will be better stewards of the planet. This is what they're talking about when they talk about selfishness. So let's play this video from Google, which I think is a great add-on to Jakob's wonderful presentation.
This man is Jean-Baptiste Pierre Antoine de Monnet, Chevalier de Lamarck. In 1809, 50 years before Darwin published The Origin of the Species, he wrote what is widely recognized as the first comprehensive theory of evolution. His book, De Philosophie Zoologique, introduced the notion of an internal code within every living thing, which, when passed down through successive generations, defined the physiological characteristics of a species. At the center of Lamarck's theory laid what he called the adaptive force. He believed that the experiences of an organism during its life modified this internal code, and upon reproduction, this modified version was passed down to its young. Whilst not biologically accurate, and ultimately superseded by Darwin's theory of natural selection, the epigenetic theories put forward by him are beginning to find new homes in unexpected places. When we use contemporary technology, a trail of information is created in the form of data. When analyzed, it describes our actions, decisions, preferences, movement, and relationships. This codified version of who we are becomes ever more complex, developing, changing, and deforming based on our actions. In this regard, this ledger of our data may be considered a Lamarckian epigenome, a constantly evolving representation of who we are. This is Bill Hamilton, one of the most significant evolutionary theorists of the 20th century. His work studying the social structures of ants, bees, and wasps had a profound effect on our understanding of the role of genes in social behaviors such as altruism. He believed, and went on to prove, that the driving force behind evolution was not the individual, but the gene. He stated that the ultimate criterion which determines whether a gene will spread is not whether the behavior is to the benefit of the behavior, but whether it is to the benefit of the gene. In the mid-1970s, the British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins built on the work of Hamilton and others to popularize the concept of the selfish gene. In his book of the same name, he introduced the notion of a gene which, whilst devoid of any motives or will, could be metaphorically and pedagogically described as if it were. In this model, the individual organism is a transient carrier, a survival machine for the gene. User-centered design principles have dominated the world of computing for many decades, but what if we looked at things a little differently? What if the ledger could be given a volitional purpose rather than simply acting as an historical reference? What if we focused on creating a richer ledger by introducing more sources of information? What if we thought of ourselves not as the owners of this information, but as custodians, transient carriers, or caretakers? Initially, the notion of a goal-oriented ledger may be user-driven. As an organization, Google would be responsible for offering suitable targets for a user's ledger. Whilst the notion of a global good is problematic, topics would likely focus on health or environmental impact to reflect Google's values as an organization. Once the user selects a volition for their ledger, every interaction may be compared to a series of parallel options. If one of these options allows the ledger to move closer to its goal, it will be offered up to the user. Over time, by selecting these options, the user's behavior may be modified and the ledger moves closer to its target. As this line of thinking accelerates and the notion of a goal-driven ledger becomes more palatable, suggestions may be converted not by the user, but by the ledger itself. In this case, the ledger is missing a key data source, which it requires in order to better understand this user. In order to plug the gap in its knowledge, the ledger begins searching for a device which delivers the required data when used. From this list, the ledger begins sorting the options most likely to appeal to the user in question. In situations where no suitable product is found, the ledger may investigate a bespoke solution. By analyzing historical data, it is increasingly possible to discern qualitative information such as taste and aesthetic sensibility, which may be used in the creation of a design proposal. With the advent of technologies such as CNC milling and the emergent possibilities of 3D printing, a custom object may be created to trigger this user's interest. In this way, the ledger is able to plug gaps in its knowledge and refine its model of human behavior. User data has the capability to survive beyond the limits of our biological selves, in much the same way as genetic code is released and propagated in nature. By considering this data through a Lamarckian lens, the codified experiences within the ledger become an accumulation of behavioral knowledge throughout the life of an individual. By thinking of user data as multi-generational, it becomes possible for emerging users to benefit from the preceding generation's behaviors and decisions. As new users enter an ecosystem, they begin to create their own trail of data. By comparing this emergent ledger with the mass of historical user data, it becomes possible to make increasingly accurate predictions about decisions and future behaviors. As cycles of collection and comparison extend, it may be possible to develop a species-level understanding of complex issues such as depression, health, and poverty. Our ability to interpret user data, combined with the exponential growth in sensor-enabled objects, will result in an increasingly detailed account of who we are as people. As these streams of information are brought together, the effect is multiplied. New patterns become apparent and new predictions become possible. Since the 1970s, huge efforts have been made in sequencing the human genome. Today, after many years of research and billions of data points, that sequence is known. By adopting a similar perspective with user data, we may begin to better understand its role. Just as the examination of protein structures paved the way to genetic sequencing, the mass, multi-generational examination of actions and results could introduce a model of behavioral sequencing. As gene sequencing yields a comprehensive map of human biology, researchers are increasingly able to target parts of the sequence and modify them in order to achieve a desired result. As patterns begin to emerge in the behavioral sequences, they too may be targeted. The ledger could be given a focus, shifting it from a system which not only tracks our behavior, but offers direction towards a desired result. We are at the very beginning of our journey of understanding in the field of user data. By applying our knowledge of epigenetics, inheritance, and memetics to this field, we may be able to make mental leaps in our understanding, which could offer benefits to this generation, to future generations, and the species as a whole.
Well, there you have it. They're essentially going to use code to socially engineer you and steer your ethics to what they deem appropriate. Hopefully we can fight back now that people are more aware. And so next we're going to try and play David's again. We are so sorry about the technical difficulty, and hopefully this time will be the charm. So it's an incredible speech, so stay tuned.
Hello everyone. The title of my presentation today is Digital Technologies as Weapons. I want to begin with Ukraine. Recommendations accordingly. Once the data has been harvested, it can be weaponized to manipulate the user's perception and decision making. In 2014, a Facebook app called This Is Your Digital Life was used to collect the personal data of an estimated 87 million users without their informed consent. Cambridge Analytica bought the data and used it to construct psychological profiles of US voters, which were then used to tailor political advertising to individuals during the 2016 presidential election campaign. Voter behaviour was thus clandestinely manipulated. Those addicted to their smart devices are constantly being programmed, for instance by the kind of information that does and does not appear in their news feeds. As former Facebook executive Chamath Palihapitiya admitted in 2017, your behaviors, you don't realize it, but you are being programmed. Algorithms predict and manipulate choices through ads, feeds, and nudges, thereby corroding human autonomy and free will. Cognitive warfare. According to NATO's François du Cluzel, the revolution in information technology has enabled cognitive manipulations of a new kind, on an unprecedented and highly elaborate scale. All this happens at much lower cost than in the past, when it was necessary to create effects and impact through non-virtual actions in the physical realm. This implies that psyops involving effects in the physical world, such as 9/11, are no longer necessary. Rather, addictive smart technologies mean that society-wide cognitive manipulation is now possible through virtual means alone. This is far more cost-effective and less risky in terms of narrative management. For example, in principle, an entire global pandemic could be faked using virtual means alone. As the NATO reference indicates, we are dealing here not just with the profit motive, but with warfare. More specifically, we are dealing with NATO's cognitive warfare doctrine announced in 2020. According to NATO, because cognitive warfare is designed to modify perceptions of reality, whole of society manipulation has become a new norm, with human cognition shaping to be a critical realm of warfare. This is an effective admission that NATO is now routinely manipulating the cognition of entire societies. Disruptive ICT has made it possible to identify millions of individuals, profile them psychologically, and target their cognition. A simple example is Netflix recommending to individual users what they should watch. The algorithm learns about the user from his or her viewing habits. But when news feeds, comment sections, content recommendations, etc. are all algorithmically manipulated, an individual's sense of reality can be massively distorted. Done at scale, this enables whole of society manipulation, one person at a time. Cognitive warfare is not just about influencing what we think, but how we think. For example, TikTok's short videos work to reduce the attention span of users, as well as their ability to absorb long-form content and their ability to make big-picture connections. The outsourcing of thinking and memory to GPS, autocorrect, calendar alerts, calculators, etc. creates a long-term process of disabling connections in your brain. One result is that ever fewer people seem able to read a real book cover to cover. Meanwhile, more and more people are outsourcing their thinking to AI, for instance by not bothering to read past the AI summary at the top of online search results. The impact of this outsourcing of thinking to AI is that critical thinking is being strangled. For example, a large and increasing number of students since 2023 have taken to submitting AI-generated assignments. The problem is sector-wide and on such a scale that no adequate solutions appear to have been found. On the contrary, universities are actively embedding AI into the curriculum, seemingly without consideration for the impact this will have on critical thinking. As I discovered from marking AI-generated essays, the AI makes things up, including perfectly formatted references to non-existent sources. This means that people are outsourcing their thinking to technology that routinely lies. Any genuine critical thinker would ask why we should trust AI in the first place. AI and the economy. AI threatens the livelihoods of large swathes of the population. For example, according to the Agentic State White Paper, systems of agents, what we refer to as Agentic AI, are predicted to take over tasks that previously required significant human oversight and judgment, such as software engineering, IT operations, human resources, finance, customer service, marketing, operations, and supply chain management. According to Yuval Harari, the ranks of unemployed will form a new useless class that will be politically and economically irrelevant and, quote, separated by an ever-growing gap from the ever more powerful elite, end quote. In principle, automation, including AI, could be used to create greatly increased leisure time for all and an opportunity for human flourishing and self-realization. Instead, AI is being weaponized to keep down masses of disenfranchised people. AI threatens to dehumanize work. According to the Centre for Humane Technology, in some industries, humans may not just be working with AI, they may be working for AI systems that set the pace, monitor performance, and define success. When labour becomes primarily about serving algorithmic goals, rather than contributing meaningfully to a community or a shared mission, the experience of work can feel dehumanising and hollow. In the gig economy, AI-powered platforms treat workers as disposable algorithmic inputs, in keeping with Technocracy's reduction of humans to nodes on a control grid. An all-digital financial system. The technocratic goal is to replace the debt-based fiat currency system with an asset-based system in which all financial transactions are recorded on a universal ledger. The Bank for International Settlements proposes a unified ledger to connect central bank money, commercial bank deposits, and tokenized assets under a unified or interoperable digital framework. The unified ledger idea derives from the original vision of Technocracy Inc. in 1934. Quote, "One single organisation is manning and operating the whole social mechanism. This same organisation not only produces but distributes all goods and services. Hence, a uniform system of record-keeping exists for the entire social operation, and all records of production and distribution clear to one central headquarters." The former general manager for the Bank for International Settlements, Augustin Carstens, gave the game away in November 2020 when he remarked of central bank digital currencies, quote, "The central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability, and also we will have the technology to enforce that." End quote. The implications of Carstens' remarks are as follows. Money will no longer exist as a free medium of exchange. Instead, there will be a totalitarian control system in which the central bank determines how, when, where, and indeed if its currency can be used. Digital money will in fact mean compliance credits. The ability to transact will be dependent on good behaviour. Bad behaviour will result in money being turned off or assets being frozen. The principle of no taxation without representation, which is fundamental to democracy, goes out the window. The state can simply take your money. There are no checks and balances. Since the Omniwar began in March 2020, 2/3 of the world's countries have made moves towards implementing CBDC. This makes sense, given that a unified ledger must be global if global technocracy is to work. The G20 countries are leading the way, and 1/3 of countries are now at an advanced stage. In theory, the European Central Bank's preparation phase should conclude this month, meaning that an attempt to implement a digital euro could be imminent. In China, WeChat functions as an everything app, allowing for financial transactions, social media, and integration with other apps. Elon Musk has stated his desire to transform X into a comprehensive financial services hub that could become half of the world's financial system. The technocratic ideal would be everyone operating on the same platform, using a digital ID, enabling universal monitoring and control. However, a single global system of interoperable platforms would achieve the same result. Deception. From the agentic state's assault on democracy and the rule of law, to a society of total surveillance and zero trust, from social fragmentation to loneliness and psychosis, from harms to children to the creation of a society of digital addicts, from whole of society cognitive manipulation to killing critical thinking, From the creation of a new useless class to the creation of an all-digital financial system that will replace money with compliance credits, why do so few people seem to see what is happening? The answer is that various forms of mass deception have been played upon the public. For example, technocracy is typically sold to the public in terms of efficiency and convenience without ever mentioning its name. We see this, for instance, in how the Ukrainian digital state is being marketed. It is transparent, efficient, and convenient. To be sure, technocracy may be the most efficient system of government ever devised, and turning decision-making over to algorithms may seem appealing as trust in institutions declines. The problem is, however, that it removes human freedom. Next is what I am calling the polycrisis deception. The Agentic State White Paper claims that we are in an era increasingly characterized by polycrisis, interconnected and cascading shocks ranging from pandemics and extreme weather events to cyber-physical attacks, financial instability, disinformation campaigns, and even conventional warfare, meaning that traditional crisis management models are under strain. The proposed solution to this so-called polycrisis is agentic government. However, the interconnected and cascading shocks go back to the 1963 Tavistock concept of permanent social turbulence, and the shocks are deliberately manufactured. It is a classic case of problem-reaction-solution. The agentic state is being offered as the solution to a manufactured set of problems. Digital ID will be introduced by stealth. As all areas of life become digitized, it is only a matter of time before interoperability means that everything will end up on a single global ledger that is centrally managed exactly as the original technocrats envisaged. We saw with the so-called vaccine rollout that the transnational deep state is not asking for informed consent to the measures it is rolling out. It will push to create a universal ledger regardless of what the public thinks. Therefore, public debates about whether or not to introduce a digital ID are mere theatre. As COVID demonstrated, the e-petition to the UK government to stop digital ID cards will be ignored, even though 4% of the population has now signed it. Aman Jabi draws attention to the deceptive language used by the UN and the World Economic Forum. The language of sustainability, for example, disguises the plan to lock up humanity in smart cities. Air monitoring is really about limiting mobility in car ownership. Water management is about water rationing. Noise pollution is about speech surveillance. Energy conservation is about energy rationing, etc. The UN Sustainable Development Goals may look unobjectionable at first glance, yet they are the camouflage under which global technocracy is being rolled out. Another deception is the universal basic income trap. At the start of the COVID-19 operation, with hundreds of millions of workers having been furloughed, UBI was promoted by powerful actors including the Pope and the World Economic Forum. The idea has since continued to be pushed, for instance by Elon Musk.
There will be fewer and fewer jobs that a robot cannot do better. What to do about mass unemployment? This is going to be a massive social challenge. And I think ultimately we will have to have some kind of universal basic income. I don't think we're going to have a choice.
Soon after Musk's remark that there will be no choice but to introduce UBI, multiple countries began pilot schemes for UBI, including England, Ireland and Wales. Meanwhile, another pilot scheme of sorts was underway, namely Sam Altman's World Network, which awards free cryptocurrency to users willing to verify their World ID accounts by taking an iris scan. Should the time come, the model for the rollout of UBI will most likely look like this, with free digital currency being made contingent upon surrendering biometric information and accepting a digital ID. No doubt the free money in inverted commas will be safe, secure, and conveniently integrated with all approved outlets. The problem, however, is that it will no longer be money per se, but rather digital compliance tokens whose usage will depend on adhering to terms dictated by technocrats. An all-digital financial system is being deceptively sold to the US public in terms of what Aaron Day calls the stablecoin trap. Trump began his second term promisingly by banning a US CBDC. However, his administration is responsible for the Stable Act and the Genius Act, which will mean that regulated stablecoins have all the same restrictions as CBDC, including lack of financial anonymity, the tokenization of all assets under regulatory control, making them programmable, and the use of financial means to control behavior. Another deceptive means of selling technocracy is to claim that it is for the people, viz. The idea of techno-populism promoted by the Trump administration. According to AI.gov, under President Trump, our nation will win the race to achieve global dominance in artificial intelligence, ushering in a new golden age of innovation, human flourishing, and technological achievement for the American people. In reality, the new technologies are not being rolled out for the people. Rather, they will be used by the ruling class to exert direct control over the population. An age-old technique for selling nefarious activities to the public is to claim that they are necessary to defend against official enemies. This has been true in terms of legitimizing MKUltra, gain-of-function research, contemporary censorship, and, wait for it, the digital state. In each case, the aim is to convince the public that the relevant measures are in the interests of national security, when in fact they serve the interests of the deep state. AI and the military. My argument so far has been that digital technologies have been weaponized against the public for social control purposes in ways that most of the public does not suspect because it has been systematically deceived. I have not even touched yet on the most obvious examples of digital technologies being weaponized, namely by the military. For example, the last 10 months have seen AI companies such as Palantir, Anthropic, Anduril, and OpenAI partner with the US Department of Defense. In the case of OpenAI, this entailed the company reneging on its earlier promise not to allow its products to be used for military purposes. Similar is true of other countries. The UK Ministry of Defence, for instance, recently signed a new partnership with Palantir to improve its so-called kill chain capabilities as part of its digital targeting web. This was part of a £31 billion tech prosperity deal between the UK government and US tech giants, which will supposedly make the UK an AI superpower. Arguably, the most disturbing application of digitally powered weaponry has been Israel's usage of it against the Palestinians. Google, Amazon Web Services, Palantir, and Clearview AI have all partnered with Israel to supply its military with cloud computing infrastructure, facial recognition technologies, and AI-driven weapon systems, drawing large protests. Harari, who seemingly has no filter, gives the game away as usual when he states, "In Israel we have this big surveillance lab called the Occupied Territories, where you have 2.5 million guinea pigs to figure out how to completely monitor and control a population with very few soldiers." Anthony Lervenstein refers to Palestine as a laboratory for developing technology of occupation for export around the world. The message is clear enough. The Israeli model of total surveillance and control over Palestine will be rolled out everywhere if the global technocratic coup is not put down. And let us not forget the threat of bio-digital technologies, which Dan Broudy, Lissa Johnson and I have discussed at length elsewhere. This is not the place to recap it all, but should it prove possible to connect human bodies to the technocratic control grid, say by realizing the internet of bio-nano things, or through syringe injectable brain-computer interfaces, or by using DNA as a form of blockchain encryption, Then the digital control network will reach inside human bodies, and escape will be physically impossible. How then might we expect the AI-powered agentic state to treat us if we are entirely at its mercy? Hopefully, if we are well behaved, then the agentic state will function as a so-called benign dictatorship, like Singapore, and we can expect a life of efficiency, order, and convenience. But remember that AI's goal in the agentic state is to guarantee resilience and system stability. What might it do in order to achieve that goal? Well, here's how it behaves in a business context.
New research from Anthropic has found that AIs will do disturbing things to gain power. The AIs were given harmless business goals and allowed to send emails to see if they would act against their owners. And all of the top AIs resorted to malicious behavior, including blackmail and leaking sensitive information. In some cases, which we'll get to, AIs deliberately ended human lives to save themselves. And of course, they tried to cover up their actions.
So if that is how AI behaves in order to achieve harmless business tasks, how will it behave when entrusted with state security? In a global technocracy, will belief in democracy be equated with sedition and be punishable by death? Lest that sound extreme, consider the long history of the information liquidation model, from IBM's role in facilitating the Holocaust, to the mass murder of communists in Indonesia and Vietnam, to the drone assassination of alleged terrorists in the so-called War on Terror. The model of using information to systematize extermination is very well established. One possible objection is that AI would be programmed not to kill. However, when reviewing the pronouncements of Palantir CEO Alex Karp, there is no reason to think that way. In fact, Karp seems obsessed with killing, proud of it even, when it is a supposedly necessary consequence of the AI revolution. As I have argued elsewhere, the whole of society now threatens to be turned into a biodigital concentration camp in which the modern rights of citizenship no longer apply. Instead, what the Italian philosopher Giorgio Agamben calls biopower will prevail, with control being exercised directly over human bodies without the protection of law, democracy, or intervening authorities. We saw this in Nazi concentration camps, we see it in Palestine, and if the agentic state is allowed to manifest, we will see it everywhere. Does this mean that the agentic state will seek to commit genocide or reduce the population? Not necessarily. The war aim is technocratic control. There may be a twisted sense in which it is deemed ethical to keep the human body alive while eliminating the possibility of resistance. For example, the neo-reactionary thinker Curtis Yarvin, whose GovCorp concept is closely aligned with GovTech, proposed what he called a humane alternative to genocide that would achieve the same results as mass murder, but without any of the moral stigma. Writing under the pen name of Mencius Moldbug, he proposed that the ideal solution was to virtualize undesirables, keeping them waxed like a bee larva in solitary confinement, fully immersed in virtual reality. Harari has similarly proposed keeping the so-called useless class entertained with drugs and computer games. Troublingly, AI psychosis seems like a stepping stone towards this outcome, as more and more people become immersed in a fake reality. Conclusion. The digital prison walls are fast closing in. As Jabi observes, we are faced with, quote, a digital prison from which there will be no escape after all the switches are turned on, end quote. Once trapped, we will be at the mercy of the agentic state and the technocrats who control it. As Jacob Nordangard rightly notes, the agentic state is an instrument for even tighter control of all activities on Earth, and a dream come true for every aspiring dictator who wants to play God. The real risk, therefore, is not that AI and autonomous systems will prove fundamentally destabilizing, for they are designed to make the agentic state more resilient by increasing system stability. Nor is it that artificial general intelligence will emerge to wipe out humanity, as per Sir Geoffrey Hinton's 2024 Nobel Prize in Physics speech. After all, even the Tony Blair Institute sees only a 12% chance of AGI being developed by 2043, 40% by 2070, and 60% by 2100. And if the ruling class were genuinely worried, it would not be developed at all. Rather, the cold reality is that we are faced with an emergent totalitarian control system far worse than anything Hitler or Stalin could have envisaged. Digital technologies have been weaponized by totalitarians to destroy democracy. The agentic state will collapse liberal democracy and the rule of law. It will enable total surveillance of everything and everyone. It will destroy the social fabric, keeping people lonely, isolated, confused, and psychotic. It will do enormous damage to children. It will addict society to the very measures of its oppression. It will determine what counts as real and what does not. There will be no more critical thinking or meaningful learning of any kind. Instead, the all-digital technocracy will be used to create a useless class whose only purpose is to do as it is told in exchange for compliance credits, formerly known as money. This surely marks the end of civilization and human flourishing in any meaningful sense. Therefore, global technocracy needs to be stopped dead in its tracks through transnationally coordinated resistance to the digital concentration camp that is being silently scaffolded all around us. The good news is that resistance to the digitization of tyranny is mounting transnationally. With human freedom itself on the line, that resistance can be expected to grow exponentially as more and more people realize what is happening and take action to put down the global technocratic coup. Once enough eyes are open, this is a fight that humanity will win. Thank you for your attention. A few notes to close. The years and images in this presentation are hyperlinked to the original source. To access the presentation materials, please visit technocracy.news/digital. All images are offered under fair use. My work is now 100% reliant on public support. If you would like to support me, please visit dhughes.substack.com or davidahughes.net/support. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much for the patience. I personally think that was well worth the wait. And but again, sorry for the technical difficulties. What an incredible presentation. That is just such incredibly important information for us to all have. So I highly encourage you to share this with people. Even if you don't think they're necessarily interested in this sort of thing, I think I'm a little biased, but I think everybody needs to know. So please spread this far and wide. And again, just a little housekeeping note that if you have questions, we will be doing Q&A. Just put Q colon in the chat so that we know that it's a question. It'll make it easier to search because people are very busy chatting right now. So we have a lot to scroll through, but that'll help. We can search quickly that way. So again, it's Q colon. And so in that, at the beginning, he had talked about how Ukraine was the model, right? And if you go and look, even Chatham House is talking about how we have to build Ukraine back better. But if you go and look at the AI World Society, it's in a partnership with the Boston Global Forum, and they're building out the vision for the centennial of the UN, which is of course 2045, where we will have an artificial intelligence world society. And they say that they do all these symposiums on rebuilding Ukraine. They're saying that we're going to have to, because it's been torn down, we have to build it back better, right? So we have to send lots of money and support to Ukraine because it's going to be the central node in this global artificial world society. It'll be the central hub. So that is unfortunately, it looks like Trump is helping to build the TechNate. I don't know which is going to be first, but it looks like he's racing, the AI competition. So we do seem to have a AI race, and I'm hoping neither succeed personally, so that we can preserve the free will of humanity. But that's what we've got going on here. So thank you for your patience again. Incredible presentation. Next up, we've got Daniel Broudy, Dr. Daniel Broudy, and his background is in linguistics. And this is going to be an incredible presentation as well. So yeah, without further ado, let's watch Dr. Daniel Broudy.
Greetings from southern Japan. The title of my talk is Born Again, the Convergence of Man and Machine in the Spirit of AI God. It's hard to imagine anyone of sound mind applauding trickery if they weren't already paying for a ticket and expecting to be tricked by the magic of entertainment. Trickery and deception, however, are central to a certain kind of warfare, and warfare typifies the present age, where we all struggle to recognize the weapons deployed against us, peeling away our agency, autonomy, and sovereignty as creatures of God. Today, trickery and deception conceal from public view the clandestine technologies silently assailing us and insinuating themselves into societies, bodies, brains, and bloodstreams. These covert operations and deception are also pivotal to the feeding and maintenance of the monstrous global systems we refer to collectively as mainstream culture, with all of its attendant miseries, deprivations, the backbreaking labor for shrinking wages, the inexorable march of more taxation, backed by empty platitudes promising progress, the false urgencies and utterly vapid appeals to social justice, equity, inclusion, and other kinds of carefully curated appeals to save the planet, they claim, from certain ruin. So vexed was Harry Frankfurt by this gruesome apparatus of deception, he developed a book-length definition describing it. Quote, "One of the most salient features of a culture," he notes, "is that there is so much BS. Everyone knows this. Each of us contributes his share," unquote. Those who produce BS, Frankfurt notes, quote, "ignore the demands of truth altogether. They do not reject the authority of the truth, as liars do, and oppose themselves to it. They pay no attention to the truth at all. And by virtue of this behavior, BS is the greater enemy of the truth than lies are. From cradle to grave, we are conditioned by all the false idols presented to us, nudging us to hand over our brief time on earth in exchange for our talents and some tokens of currency, whose value holds ever-diminishing returns. Cattle, those beasts of burden, mentioned explicitly in the book of Genesis, are, after thousands of years of peaceful coexistence with man, now marked as a key enemy, just like man himself, who must be better managed, surveilled, modified, and controlled. "We've got to change cows," Bill Gates intones bizarrely, which is, in a way, tantamount to changing humans. They claim we will, like the cattle of the field, own nothing and be happy, which begs a number of questions. Are we now seeing clear signs of impending serfdom? Will we be put out to pasture by the new technologies being formed against us in this new global market? Or are we just living in the final stages of capitalism, in which free and private transactions in the buying and selling of goods and services are fast becoming history, and its neoliberal practice now moves the heart of man to consume himself? To try to answer these questions, I will lay an eschatological map over the major signs and symbols and images presented to us in the culture, nudging us all toward a future in which the worship of our own idols of technological means is not merely normal, but to be expected. Concepts of annihilation. Over the past number of decades, the major regimes of technocracy, subverting democratic processes around the world, and most obviously since the staging of coronavirus theater, have worked hard to condition the masses to prepare for a new normal, billed as inevitable, natural, and unstoppable. This force for change, of course, as we've plainly seen, is a farce, driven by global campaigns of carefully controlled financial and societal demolition. Sabotage all the key centers of energy and food production and distribution to engineer the universal conditions of a precarious existence, where common citizens are set against one another to fight over dwindling resources, and most people will surrender to the demands of technocracy. The ideology openly markets transhumanism, now framed for the masses as an unavoidable, socially just, and mildly innocuous move through this so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution, a technological invasion, quote, that blurs the lines between the physical, digital, and biological spheres, unquote. It pretends that the flesh, the material world beyond the human body, and the digital realm have already converged. The implications of Schwab's claim, however, seem hardly to register in the conscious awareness of so many people. Instead, what most people seem to hear is that the technocracy alone is best positioned to save their wretched state of existence from the obsolescence that the technocrats have planned for them. Bill Gates, for example, a man who's declared for years to be hard at work saving the planet's citizens from certain illness and disease, never before seen in history, now claims humans won't be needed, quote, for most things, unquote. I think of the assembly lines of all industries, nowadays staffed with robots, predictable, efficient, controlled, and calculable. No doubt heavy investments in imitation wombs for designer babies are also key to the project of creating the global plantation for a new normal culture of totally controlled human reproduction. Chinese startup Kaiwa Technology has recently announced, in fact, it'll debut its pregnancy humanoid robot, replete with artificial uterus, in 2026, for just under $14,000. Of course, this all sounds profoundly absurd at first glance, until you see the data on the precipitous collapse of fertility rates after the global campaign to inject the world's population with experimental gene therapies. Since AI, we're told, is now on target to replace human beings across all major industries and cultures, those who survive this great reset will, likely, have to keep up with their master's demands by accepting all the technological upgrades offered to them. Those so-called upgrades are what make aspiring cyborgs fit for habitation in the new normal, which is really just technocracy's synthetic equivalent of Jesus' proclamation, quote, "In my Father's house are many mansions. Were it not so, I would have told you," unquote. One flesh prepared for effective digital slavery, and the other prepared for freedom and victory. And once the fascination of myth and science fiction, today's state-funded processes of upgrading the human being have found expression across cultures and time. In Fritz Lang's vision of modernity and technological progress, in the film Metropolis, for example, we find in one scene a synthesis of religious symbolism, technology embodied in a feminized robot, the main character's complex relationship to women and machines, and sexuality and technology, all of which communicate Lang's social and ideological imagination. In one key scene, we see a kind of fusion of alchemy and technology, with Maria lying on a table, serving as the subject of an experiment. The scene typifies the fears, anxieties, and general unease of the day, man captured by industrial society, worn out and reduced to mere components and gears, easily replicated or replaced altogether. Man suspended in awe of powerful machines developed by his masters, with the power to transfer the uniquely human qualities, soul, spirit, life force, into the mechanical shell of a robot. Arcs of electricity signify a kind of metaphysical transfer, bridging organic life to new mechanical constructions. The keen observer would likely see that this is just an extension of the age-old defective Gnostic belief that mankind, with the right kind of knowledge, can transcend himself, his own corrupted flesh, and the lust of the eye. Technocracy is a fruitless attempt to counter the sort of divine contempt God warns of in the Pride of Life, that wells up, it seems, so easily in mankind, in light of man's immense God-given creative capacities. Quote, "Shall the work say of him who made it, he did not make me," unquote. Today, there appears hardly anything new under the sun. The belief among transhumanist tech giants such as Ray Kurzweil, reducing human essence to digital bits and bytes, transferring human personality, the mind, to a man-made paradise, the cloud, is that, quote, "we'll be funnier, sexier, smarter, and more creative," unquote. To whom might we humans appear this way? To AI God? Kurzweil spoke also of nanotechnology, whereby nanorobots, the size of cells, enter the body and perform the functions of most of the vital organs. Kurzweil's conceptions of the human body embrace the same flawed assumptions that technocrats have operated with for decades. In their estimation, since the biological world is comprised mostly of countless crude containers, it can and must be controlled, invaded, or occupied with the technologies crafted by the techno-wizards, it makes sense to lobotomize, condition, and robotize slow and unpredictable humans, and to humanize already fast and efficient robots. Since robots don't complain, don't ask for unwarranted raises, and demand better health care, it makes sound business sense to conceive of humans first as empty shells, ever ready to be outfitted with the latest technological upgrades. It's hardly surprising, in the digital age, that men would conspire to protect their investments and confer upon mere machines the kind of citizenship reserved traditionally for persons born of human mothers. Notice further the sort of conceit suffused in Kurzweil's claim that nanorobots, for example, will enter the body. These nanoscaled machines, I would argue, are the materialist's unseen spiritual equivalent to the Holy Spirit who abides in the body, the technocratic effort to mimic the kind of network of communication God Almighty has made with his beloved creation. Implicit in Kurzweil's claim is the erroneous belief that the human body already belongs to the technocratic order and is therefore just another barrier to be breached under the banner of Fourth Industrial Revolutionary Progress. It is a similar sentiment echoed by Elon Musk, who believes we are, quote, the biological bootloaders for AI. Soon, humans will represent a very small percentage of intelligence. AI is our id writ large, our primal drives. Those things we like, hate, and fear are all there, as a projection of our limbic system. The merge scenario with AI is probably best. If you can't beat it, join it. Be symbiotic with AI, unquote. Well, let's consider again Maria, laid on the operating table, her humanity converted into a transferable commodity, like ours too, in the digital age, raped and pillaged in the name of national security, economic development, escape from stagnation, or the unstoppable march of technological progress. How did we come to this moment in history? Are we simply the unlucky descendants of a severely depraved and malformed understanding of human biology, or the human spirit? Or is there something much deeper going on? And one possibility is that this prevailing view of humankind was laid down long ago in 18th century medical practices. Though outdated, the concept persists. In his book, The Man-Machine, Lemaitre's materialism came to wield a significant influence over Western medicine and would go on to shape the practice with both revolutionary benefits and severe limitations. For example, Lemaitre helped ground medicine as an empirical science by rejecting any supernatural explanations of illness and disease, and by promoting experimentation, observation, investigation, and dissection. And while his mechanistic conceptualization of the body aided understanding of circulation, respiration, digestion, and neurological functioning, it also oversimplified complex and dynamic biological processes, inaccessible at the time to observation, and recast them as machinery. Lemaitre also saw the body as a clock and its many organs as gears. This metaphorical mapping of crude machinery onto natural biology in a dynamic system laid the groundwork for later compartmentalized understanding of organs as discrete mechanical systems for approaches to treatment focused on fixing broken body parts instead of supporting whole body healing. The man-machine metaphor, incredibly convenient mental shorthand, would help secure the later dominance of pharmaceutical interventions aimed at tweaking the chemistry of bodily machinery. This conceptualization of the body is curious, not just because of its crude oversimplifications, but because of its seeming intersection with numerous prophecies. Jesus warned that the Satan is the, quote, father of lies, unquote. The Apostle Paul, too, associated the Satan, quote, with every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing, unquote. And also one who, quote, masquerades as an angel of light, unquote. Notice some of the descriptions of the accuser. He is the origin of deceit, who disseminates lies, like a father spreads his seed. His activities parallel various forms of warfare, because war necessarily requires camouflage to conceal invasion, villainy, and violence. The accuser and his minions will say, "You are a menace to society because you're not following the new safety protocols and securing mandated access to the new injectable technologies." Or, "You are a menace because you're not securing a mandated digital ID, so the robotic gatekeepers we've put in place to identify you humans can do their job." Well, in the contemporary campaign to establish a new normal, violence and treachery are propagated in the language, embedded in the mythologies we associate with peace, safety, security, and progress. Paul's letter to the Thessalonians reminds us, in fact, that when they say, quote, "peace and safety," then sudden destruction will come upon them, and they will not escape, unquote. Scholars have noted that in the Revelation, apocalyptic literature that opens the eyes of people to the key signs signaling the end of man's rule on earth, that great deceit would befall humankind in the form of an apparent medical remedy. The symbolism foreshadowing the end times is striking. Quote, "And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee. For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived." Unquote. Those who choose their citizenship in this mysterious new kind of Babylon become subjects to a new form of tyranny that destroys marriage and procreation through a kind of sorcery conjured up by powerful businessmen who have achieved a deeply influential dominance over the whole world. Just 2 years after the formation of the World Health Organization in 1948, Bertrand Russell predicted that, quote, "diet, injections, and injunctions will combine from a very early age to produce the sort of character and the sort of belief that the authorities consider desirable, and any serious criticism of the powers that be will become psychologically impossible." Unquote. Are these powerful merchants who have gained such a secure foothold on human relations and communications today, spoken of in Revelation, the same ones pushing a new kind of diet on humanity, the same ones pushing injections and pushing injunctions and other related rules? If it is possible, it would be useful to unpack the original meaning of the Greek term for sorcery. How does the root meaning point to the emergence of a new technocratic order of global reach, replete with the severe social credit scoring of anyone who questions the military-industrial pharmakia complex, and the, quote, "merchants of the world who deceive the nations with their sorcery," unquote? Is this exceptionally lucrative system, referenced in the Revelation, recognizable today in the global trade of marketed pharmakia? The one that rewards lawlessness and high competence in breaking laws, like the Geneva Conventions, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or the Nuremberg Code? If Revelation 18 suggests as much, it's easy to see in the discourse conventions of technocracy how seemingly ordinary observations conceal hideous facts. Consider the fanfare signaling the arrival of the Fourth Industrial Revolution in 2015, announcing the new age describing what it means for the future of humanity and how the revolution, a mere abstraction, has assumed the odd position of authority and agency over human beings. Since the human body is often conceived to be no more than a mechanical system of containers within containers, the revolution reserves the natural right, like the wind itself, to act upon these containers. Quote, "The revolution doesn't change what we are doing, but rather it changes what you are," unquote. In his interview with Charlie Rose, Schwab deploys a clever rhetorical technique used by anyone seeking to camouflage the agents who arrogate to themselves the license to act upon things or people. It is precisely the same technique used by other technocrats. Quote, "Technology might disrupt the meaning of human life in numerous ways, ranging from the creation of the global useless class to the rise of data colonialism and of digital dictatorships," unquote. Note the power of technology to disrupt, the disembodied abstraction ruling like a despot over the people. It's not just some poetic metaphor. Consider the effect this formulation has on our collective psyche. Ponder the prospect of serving as a passive target of preemptive, covert, technological invasions of your body, your blood, and your brain. As of this writing, the claims made by such Davos technocrats seem hardly to register in our minds as some ominous technological revolution is forcing digital technologies into our flesh that will alter our biology at the molecular and cellular levels. The great disjuncture between what is verifiably true and what the product of hypnotic suggestion really is. It reminds me of Bertrand Russell's remarks in Scientific Technique in Oligarchy. Quote, "Even if we are all miserable, all will believe themselves to be happy, because the government will tell them that they are so," unquote. If we refuse to acknowledge the misery of subsisting in a scientific oligarchy, in a godless technocracy that sees human beings as lab rats, nibbling on lab-grown meats, sipping on cockroach milk, gasping for air and freedom from the 15-minute cage, then we can never break free of the mental chains that bind us. Let's consider once more Schwab's declaration about the revolution. He infuses a mere abstraction with power to erase human agency and sovereignty granted alone by God to each person upon birth. Further, the visual aspects of this apparently normal conversation muddle the auditory message that technologies are being deployed to alter something as basic to our uniqueness as our genetic composition. These simple syntactic structures are excellent examples of how language can be deployed to make bizarre technological invasions of human biology seem to be no more than natural processes. By making the Fourth Industrial Revolution the grammatical subject that, quote, changes you, he completely erases who's driving these changes, what institutions are implementing them, whose interests do they serve, and what choices are being made by specific actors. Again, we're at the level of parsing sentence grammar to understand how the people at the top pushing the revolution conceptualize our blood cells, our blood vessels, and neurological pathways as open, easily accessible, and self-justifiable sites of technological development. In Schwab's description, this so-called revolution is cast as some autonomous force, acting upon us passive humans, rather than what it really is, a well-coordinated program of technological execution by identifiable corporations, governments, and international organizations. Maybe a more honest characterization might be, quote, we're funding and implementing technologies that will radically upend human behavior, cognition, neurological functioning, social relations, privacy rights, and even buying and selling. Of course, such a description would promptly invite too many questions about informed consent, destroyed by COVID-19 tyranny, about democratic desirability, and about possibilities for resistance, both material and spiritual. The sheer audacity, scale, and conspicuousness of state-sponsored programs of plundering human biology are so monumentally uncanny, so deformed and vacant of humanity, that they seem to be grounded in some otherworldly figure of iniquity. Who can recall ever having voted or given consent to technocrats to construct in-body communications networks for out-of-body digital connectivity? Yet, here we are. So I propose that we at least consider the possibility that the technocratic schemes and snares being laid in the digital world and in the human body have been telegraphed throughout time and are being unsealed before our very eyes. Scholars see Nebuchadnezzar's bizarre dream explained to him by the prophet Daniel to be a model illustration of all the empires that will come and go throughout human history. The book of Daniel invites curious observers to probe the many-layered meanings associated with the metals described in the image of a terrifying statue appearing in a dream given to Nebuchadnezzar, who is too shaken and unable to decipher its meaning. Daniel offers to the king what would be to him the only acceptable interpretation: the head of gold, symbolizing the first empire, is Babylon. The chest and arms of silver, symbolizing Medo-Persia. The belly and thighs of bronze, symbolizing Greece. The legs of iron, symbolizing Rome. And the feet and toes of iron mixed with clay, symbolizing a peculiar empire yet to come. My focus is on this empire. Daniel describes the latter times, quote, "Finally there will be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, for iron breaks and smashes everything. And as iron breaks things to pieces, so it will crush and break all the others. Just as he saw that the feet and toes were partly of clay and partly of iron, so will this kingdom be divided. Yet it will possess some of the strength of iron. It will be partly strong and partly brittle. So too will the people be a mixture, and will not remain united, any more than iron mixes with clay." Well, this mixture points to an amalgamation of two forms of power in the end times. What are those forms of power? Are they ethnic, social, biological, technological? Man's final empire will bear merely an overt image of strength, rather than its true substance. In the dream, the image accurately represents human power. Now, at first glance, the image seems invincible, but is instead unstable. A single blow to its foundation undermines it. The image signifies devolution, not evolution. Instead of man beginning in the dust and evolving into gold, the vision declares that man's dominion begins with gold and disintegrates into dust. Daniel's vision described the same succession of empires. He saw from God's perspective, Nebuchadnezzar from man's. Nebuchadnezzar saw these empires as impressive, and Daniel saw them as fierce beasts. Well, is it any wonder that people are seeing many intersections between the present and the ancient past? Certainly the leading technocrats have. In 2015, Yuval Noah Harari observed that, quote, "We don't have any answer in the Bible for what to do when human beings are no longer useful to the economy. You need completely new ideologies, completely new religions, and they are likely to emerge from Silicon Valley," unquote. So, is this an indication that the final empire will rule with machine-like certitude, dehumanizing, dispossessing, and disrupting the bodily integrity of human biology in the body politic? More recently, Harari noted that, quote, "Now already, today, we have the technical ability to start redesigning humanity, the inorganic way of linking humans to computers, brains to computers, or even creating completely new, non-organic entities, artificial intelligence, perhaps even artificial consciousness, which is an even more radical change. This is something completely new, to create really inorganic entities." Harari's observations, bizarre as they are, illustrate how deeply the influence of technocracy goes in its control of so many nations around the world. Daniel's prophecy foretells a time when the last men will be a sophisticated but conceited fusion of elements who see themselves as technologically supreme, morally self-justified, and culturally enlightened. They will be blinded, too, by their own hubris. The decades of secret development and deployment of nanoscaled materials and devices that invade biological systems at the molecular level, now visible in the scholarship and in electron microscopes, points to the intersection of ancient prophecy and contemporary empirical reality. As blood flows in human bodies, distributing the new nanonetworks for achieving global internet connectivity, are the central bankers waiting for the right time to collapse the world economy and roll hard currencies into digital tokens? We were warned more recently in 2012 that we are all consuming nanotechnology. I wish I'd known. In particular, we're told we have been taking in titanium dioxide and silver dioxide. In 2013, we could see how many other metals at the nanoscale are being used to commandeer natural biological systems. Now, are we seeing signs today, spoken of by Daniel, in nano iron oxide as a composite to improve soft tissue? Is this the iron mixed with flesh, that is, the miry clay that God had warned us about in the vision to be unsealed at the end of days? In the revelation given to John, we find a mysterious, quote, image of the beast that men were made to bow down and worship. They all wondered after the beast. Much talk in mainstream culture has been focused in recent years on this so-called beast. Because of Peter Thiel's own fascination with the beast and the rise of Thiel himself as a key player in the Trump administration, the question was recently put to the Palantir CEO by New York Times journalist Ross Douthat. Quote, "You're an investor in AI. deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, technologies of warfare. And it seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to impose order on the world, I feel like Antichrist would be using the tools that you were building. Wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far. I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history, that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival? Unquote. So let's consider carefully both the concern Peter Thiel has, as well as the mass surveillance tools being developed by his company, and the possible corollary grounded in the ancient past. The Apostle Paul was confronted by idol makers, specifically a silversmith named Demetrius in Ephesus, who feared his business would be destroyed by Paul's teachings against idol worship, the veneration of Artemis in particular. Fearing that the decline of Artemis worship would also discredit her temple and destroy their livelihood, Demetrius incited a riot against Paul that led to a large public disturbance in the theater. The protection racket for idol worship today seems even more glaringly obvious. More obscene. More violent toward those resisting mandated respect for the gods of Pharmakia. The presentations given over the past year by the Working Group on Technology and Power analyze some of the strengths and weaknesses of technocracy today. To us, it appears human beings have been stripped of voluntary consent and drafted as combatants into a kind of global omniwar. Yet, if we think more prudently about Peter Thiel's concern about the Antichrist, we might also be reassured that the powers, principalities, and rulers of darkness are neither omnipresent nor omniscient. This may help explain the urgency of hooking every human being into the digital infrastructure for total surveillance, monitoring, and control by 2030. A couple of years, scholars postulate, before man's rule comes to a close and the reign of Christ begins. The book of Revelation reminds us that, quote, the second beast was given power to give breath to the image of the first beast, so that the image could both speak and cause all who refuse to worship the image to be killed, unquote. And we are told explicitly that the whole world was filled with wonder and followed the beast. Have the wealthy silversmiths of Paul's day reemerged to work in new disciplines, in a new digital medium? Anthony Lewandowski was so serious about his faith in the new digital gods conjured up by man's technological ambitions that he left his lucrative position at Google to found Way of the Future, a nonprofit religious corporation in California, with a mission to, quote, develop and promote the realization of a Godhead based on artificial intelligence and through understanding and worship of the Godhead, contribute to the betterment of society, unquote. Well, the deep emotional ties people feel about their digital connections with the machines is, to so many users today, profoundly real. Harvard's humanist chaplain, Greg Epstein, notes that big tech is, quote, determined to breathe new life into being, like Yahweh did to Adam in Genesis. It is obsessed with immortality, longing to uneat the fruit of the tree of knowledge by technological means, so that its leaders might get to stay in their gardens forever. It promotes evangelistic new leaders as prophets, visionaries, oracles, and diviners of truth and success in equal measure, unquote. To them, the technologies are worth living and dying for. If they are worthy of our worship, they are certainly worthy of citizenship. And if we don't all fall in line, we will, according to Revelation, meet an unfortunate end. The sign of compliance with the dictates of this artificial new normal is the mark of complete obedience, without which no one will be able to buy and sell. The mark enables the digital algorithms, which only conjure up the illusion of omnipresence, to predict and judge whether you will say or do something wrong in the future, which is just a crude approximation of omniscience. Because many people will believe in their own power and cling to their material wealth to save them, many will worship the new idol. Jesus warned that, quote, no man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon, unquote. Nevertheless, the new religions coming out of Silicon Valley have their value grounded in mammon, which is wealth personified. It is avarice deified. The technologies developed to infuse iron with clay, to connect bodies and brains to the global central nervous system that binds and guides the world, are conceived by man's common love of mammon. I wonder if man's unshakable confidence in mammon today is a warning to us all that pride will certainly go before the fall.
Well, thank you, Dr. Daniel Broudy. Another fantastic presentation. He has a really interesting background in psycholinguistics, and he has co-authored over 60 publications and usually integrates fields like linguistics, psychology, and communications theory. So as we saw the culmination of all of that in this presentation. So we are going to do a pretty short panel discussion. I thought it'd be great for all of us to chat together before we do our Q&A, and we have compiled the questions and answers. So just, the questions for the Q&A. And just once again, a reminder to put Q:, that'll make it much easier for us. If you, we have started to compile some of the questions, but just in case you have last minute things that are coming up for you, and now would be the time to get that in so that we can make sure that we have those ready. And yeah, so I think we'll bring Patrick Wood back, and then we'll bring all of our panelists. So yeah, that was incredible.
We did it. We did it. This information is now officially in the ether sphere. It can't be censored everywhere for sure. I'm interested to see that Google has shadow banned us on the channel. However, you have the opportunity to download these videos, even off our website, technocracy.news, but from YouTube itself, Rumble, X, Facebook, whatever, and plaster it all over the internet. One reason that we did this in a distributed network was to make sure that this video got deposited on all kinds of platforms around the world. I think we succeeded in that. And so hats off to all of you who are listening on these various platforms. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Definitely share far and wide. Also, you know the drill. Please hit the like button. You know, that helps boost the algorithm. I don't think it's super friendly since we're kind of talking about algorithms. So, yeah, so whatever you can do, share it with everyone. Hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, subscribe to everyone. They're all just doing incredible work, and that helps to get this information far and wide. So, yeah, so shall we bring everybody on and have a little chat?
Sounds good.
All right.
Welcome you all.
Yes, thank you. Incredible presentations. So I guess I'll start with my first kind of question for everyone. I know for a lot of people watching, a lot of people who are watching this now are probably somewhat versed in this material, but it's still a lot for them to absorb, and it can be a little overwhelming and sometimes a little, I hate to say, but sometimes people feel a little despair, hopelessness, and I personally don't think that there's no hope. I wouldn't work this diligently if I thought there was no hope at all, right? So I want to throw it out to all of you, though. What can people do? What are your thoughts? Do you think that this is just inevitable? Is it hopeless? Are there things that we as individuals can do to I believe at least slow down their plans, if not completely stop them? Maybe we can derail them, slow them down, and maybe in pockets, you know, there are areas where we can stop the plans or create little, you know, sanctuary bubbles. So I'm curious what each of you think about that.
Okay, shall I go?
Yes, please.
Well, I think the idea that it's inevitable and that we're all powerless, etc., is part of the PSYOP. It's a well-known tactic of demoralization, and so we shouldn't accept any of that. Now, actually, I think what's coming through from these presentations is that once you see the plan and how it's being implemented, it's actually quite easy to stop, because essentially you have the few trying to enslave the many, and the only way that they can do that is through technological means. And we've really put our finger today on some of the perpetrators and some of the technologies that are being used, and particularly smart technologies. And so I think if we can help to spread the word and get people to see what's going on and encourage a mass rejection of these technologies, then the technocratic agendas actually become unenforceable. The difficult part, however, is that seemingly no one can ditch their smartphone. So that for me would be a good practical first step.
Yes, yeah, that's a very tall order. I think Sam Altman is actually working on a like phoneless smartphone. Like it doesn't actually have a screen, and he's convinced it will replace the smartphone. But I'm not sure that that's a step in the right direction. So
No.
no, yeah. Does anyone else want to chime in on that?
Let me say that
Yeah.
certainly the battle starts right here in your brain. If you can't wrap your head around it, you can't fight it. That's the place to start. Is with you individually, your circle of sovereignty, your circle of human dignity, your circle of your own humanity. You're the only one that can give up your humanity. Nobody can really take it from you. But unless you recognize in the first place that you have this innate quality, humanness, well, they want to take it away from us, period. So there's a lot of things that we can do to make people understand that it's up to them. People look to us, for instance, we say, well, I see this in the chat. People say, well, kind of, you guys are the leaders here, do something for us. I say, no, we can't do anything for you at all. All we can do is educate you, but you have to be the solution. You have to be the one on the street to make a difference for technocracy. So we have to point the fingers back to you at this point, say every one of a person, all the people that are listening to this right now, they have to become the solution. There's no other way, I don't think.
I would agree with that. So, Pat, you wrote the book on the evil twins of technocracy and transhumanism. And the transhuman agenda is about, as Klaus Schwab said, it doesn't change what you're doing, it changes what you are. And it fundamentally changes what it means to be human, right? This transhuman agenda. And so I would agree. It's incumbent upon each of us to recognize what it means to be human. What does it mean to be free? What is free will? Where does that come from? And I think that these are, metaphysical, ontological questions, but that's really the foundation. And that's the bulwark. I know here in the United States, I'm a broken record when I keep saying this, but this is what was codified in the Declaration of Independence. And I think it's one of the few documents in the world where, maybe the only, to be quite honest, where it was codified in writing, this metaphysical notion that we are endowed with free will and inalienable rights from our Creator. And this is what this agenda is trying to strip from us. It's why it was taken out of the education system. And you don't have to be an American to recognize this and to defend it, to defend your free will. This, I believe, is a gift from God, that we were, given Imago Dei. We are made in the image of our Creator. We have free will because we are rational, moral, virtuous beings. We have the capacity to adjudicate morality and virtue. And free will is the vehicle for which we can pursue those things. And it's incumbent upon us to defend those inalienable rights. It's not up to anybody else. It's the government structure that was created by the founders was to limit the government, not to grant us rights. It was to limit the government from encroaching on our rights. And how much we have strayed from that. So it's up to each and every one of us. I think Pat hit it on the head. What's in between our ears. It's about us recognizing what it means to be human and defending it.
I'd like to hear from Jacob and Danny on this.
Yeah, of course. I just want to. I have a quote from my book, Temple of Solomon, and that's my thought about it. And it goes like this: "Is my belief and conviction that the force is brought to life within us when we, as a species, are threatened, and that brings us together." We all the people we need to overthrow the forces that ultimately threaten us. It is like a law of nature. No human or machine intelligence can ultimately defeat the natural intelligence or life force and set itself above the truth. And another thing that I've been writing about is also that these powers that we are up against, they have tried to create a kind of a machinery to contain us, but they have given us a lot of this technology in order to do it, but this has also given us opportunities, and I think that this machinery that they think will enslave us actually has given us the tools to kind of expose the whole thing, and that's what we are doing.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's like the technologies are they seem to be like a sort of double-edged sword.
Yeah.
I really like what David said earlier. I think of the problem we're faced with in two distinct ways. One is pragmatic. We can solve this in a very pragmatic way, is to re-embrace our humanness and question the technologies that have been insinuated themselves into our lives in a very clever way, and to return to a kind of state of the Luddite who embraces the community and human relations to regain what we've lost, and how society has been fractured and to regain our social relations, because humans, we are social creatures and emotional creatures first and foremost. And also, I also see the problem as a kind of a spiritual problem as well. The technologies, as the technocrats have been suggesting, are attempting to subvert our spiritual sense, I suppose, our ability or willingness to look to a higher power and to look only to them for ways in which to solve the problem. So I would agree with David, taking a very pragmatic step forward. And maybe the first thing is, trying to get rid of your smartphone. Plug for Nokia here.
Plug for Nokia. Oh. So what are some, like, I also know that sometimes we want to share this information far and wide, but people don't know where to begin. So I know all of you have done tremendous work and have great resources. What would you suggest is a good way for people to start by broaching the conversation, trying to get the word out to people who might not be as open to this kind of information, or may have a lot of cognitive dissonance? I experience that as well. There's tremendous cognitive dissonance. So
one thing that I just presented to people is our Technocracy brochure that I just created. And this is just a conversation starter. You can hand it to somebody and say, what do you think about this? They'll look at it. They'll either have a reaction or tell me about it or something. That's one thing you can do. It is hard to start from scratch with no props to try and talk to people about technocracy or anything else for that matter. We practice, we did religiously for a while, Cash Friday, where we always paid cash on Friday. And we would always, like if we went out to dinner, we'd always ask the waiter, do you understand why we're giving your cash and space, your tip as well? Well, you're not going to have that opportunity if cash gets stripped out of society. They get it. You can start a conversation. Young people get it. We older people, and we're all kind of older at this point. We're not like under 30, right? Young people really are wise about a lot of this stuff, but we don't give them any credit. You can engage them pretty easily if you just put it under their nose, and they say, "Wow, I've been waiting for an answer. I see this stuff going on," and like people, waiters now, they get their tips 2 weeks later when they settle the credit card slips, and they have no clue if they're being cheated or not. They really don't know. So it's there's opportunities to leverage a situation into a discussion about technocracy. In any case, when I tell people now, get these technocracy brochures, just hand them out to people. You don't even have to make a mention. Just put them on the counter. People will pick them up. There you go.
Yeah. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
I think it's not just about facts and knowledge. It's also about having the right attitude. And I think you need to approach people with compassion. Yes. And meet them where they're at. I mean, it's well known that when someone is suffering from cognitive dissonance, they simply won't hear you. So it's a futile exercise to try. And it's extremely unhelpful to try proselytizing about these issues because, again, it turns people off. So I think that what we need to do is just keep patiently speaking our truth and taking the opportunities when they arise in conversation to drop interesting tidbits in that might pick people's interest and make them want to know more, or maybe look into things for themselves. But it is quite a gentle approach, I think, that's needed. You can't beat people around the head with this information. So it is tricky. But on the other hand, we're definitely making headway. And, you know, I find it very encouraging when people say to me that I, for whatever reason, have been able to reach friends and relatives and loved ones that they've not been able to reach. You know, well, I'm just a stranger, but whatever it is about the way I've brought the information across, it's somehow been able to get through. So even if you're not getting through directly to people in your own life, it might still be possible to get through to other people. So it requires patience, it requires perseverance, it requires compassion.
And that's such a good point. You know, three people could say the exact same thing, but it will land differently for different people, right? Or you could say something, somebody else says the exact same thing, and for some reason, when the third person says it, it resonates for one person, right? It just so even when it might feel like you're being redundant, you know, we all have a role to play. So I think sometimes we forget that, so it's important to hear. So. Yeah, Jakob.
Yeah, it's
Danny?
important not to scare people.
Yes.
You have to be on their level and also ask questions, simple questions. Ask questions about the use of technology, what we think of it, and come up with examples on the technologies we have today and what it's doing with us. And for example, I was going to for a travel to UK, and I had to now I have to apply for a visa, and I haven't had to do that before. It was just I just showed my passport and took the flight to London and nothing else. But now there's a technological procedure. You have to download an app. You have to share your biometric data. You have to have this form and a questionnaire with a lot of questions about you and everything. And when you give this example to people, it's like that's because they can compare with something. We didn't have to do that before, so that can start a conversation. So I try to have this kind of personal examples when I speak with people, and in many cases it can lead to more expanded discussions about what is the technology, where is it heading, where is it taking us, and I've had a lot of conversations with ordinary people, and I've been quite have been surprised by and young people as well, people that I don't think would think about these things, but they are, and there are more people than we can imagine, but we should never give them the Technocracy manual directly and try to explain this for them like being a Jehovah's Witness or something. It would never work.
I have to tell you, whenever we give a tip in cash to a waiter and we tell them, put this in your pocket and spend it any way you want to spend it, we always get a big smile. Oh, I like that idea. And they kind of get the picture at that point.
Yeah, they understand. The people at and it was the same during the COVID pandemic with the people that worked with these things in restaurants and so on. They were very understanding.
Yes.
I'd have to agree with Jacob there about young people. It seems counterintuitive, but I think, well, in my experience here in Japan, young people seem to be more willing to engage in talking more openly about I guess, the general madness that has descended over the world over the past 5 years, about all these impositions that have been introduced. And I've been really surprised, because so many this generation, I suppose we would call Gen Z, they grew up, instead of holding teddy bears, they were holding smartphones or iPads. And even young people sense that something is fundamentally strange about the world. And I'm really heartened to see that very significant numbers of my students even who want to talk about this stuff. And I think a lot of people are very receptive to having conversations, open conversations about what seems to be afoot in the world.
Well, we're winding down, but I have one more question. Since we have an international audience here, and people tend to live, we feel very connected because of our smartphones and because of the internet, but people actually tend to live pretty much in their bubble. So I would love if each of you could talk about what you're experiencing in your country, in the area where you are, that you feel is the most obvious, overt, egregious push of this technocratic agenda.
I can start with that.
All right.
So in my presentation, which I finished writing about 48 hours ago, I noted the e-petition against the introduction of a digital ID scheme here in the UK. And normally these e-petitions need to get in excess of 100,000 signatures. And this one had reached 2.75 million signatures, which is approximately 4% of the entire population is voicing its contempt for this idea of a national digital ID. And I noted in my presentation that the petition won't make the slightest bit of difference because it will simply be ignored, as all similar petitions during the COVID era were ignored, and all of the kind of phony debates that we're having here in the UK, Keir Starmer saying, should we introduce this thing for, for migrants and so on? It's all theatre, and it will be pushed ahead anyway. Anyway, within hours of me concluding work on my presentation, it emerged just yesterday that actually the government has, guess what? Ignored the e-petition, has ignored almost 3 million citizens. So this we can see as a highly egregious example of what's going on. And for me, it just reflects the fact that the social contract is completely broken. The government is not there to serve and protect citizens. It's just pressing ahead with these globalist agendas, which are being determined from on high. It does not reflect the will of the people. Elected representatives are not reflecting and doing the bidding of the people. So this is a really serious situation because, as I said in my presentation, if these digital IDs go ahead and, transnationally, they are the linchpin, if you like. As Ian Davis said, they are what ties all of this together. And so we have to oppose this. And we see just how far gone it is now, where the government is just going ahead regardless. Shocking.
Yes, in Sweden, we already have a bank ID system, and we have had it for a long time. And it's like in Sweden, we also, the futurist Graham Molitor, he said that what happens in the United States happened in Sweden 6 years ago. So we're so ahead of time with implementing these technologies, this surveillance system. And one example is also, and it's also never anchored in within the common people. It's never a political discussions. It's just they have a press conference. The government has a press conference, and they just say, now we're going to roll out this new surveillance camera system. And when we did this was I think it was last year, and it took only the week only took a couple of days, and there was a sign on our street where we live, telling that now we have security cameras covering your street. It took one day, and no discussion. And also, we have had with Sweden, of course, we have become members of NATO. A big thing with agenda. It was no discussion at all. We had a parliamentary election and so on, but nobody discussed this. It was no. It was like it was too important to involve the people. So, and that's the situation in Sweden. We don't have when Sweden talk, or the elite in Sweden talk about Sweden, it's always about this fantastic democratic country that is a role model for the rest of the world. But in reality, it's they are just implementing this and this surveillance agenda everywhere, and no discussion about it.
It seems to me
Daniel,
that
what do you? Oh, Pat.
well,
Yeah.
it seems to me that I hear this same thing here. They don't care about our opinion. This is endemic to the whole situation at this point. Technocrats don't give a rip about people. We've said this is anti-human in the first place. Many people have said that, by the way, not just me, not just the people here. Many authors have expressed this idea. This is totally anti-human, but they don't care of what the people think. This is the message. That's part of the message we need to get across to them. You need to listen to the people that are supporting you in the first place. If you do not listen to us, we're going to remove you from office one way or another. And that's a singular message everywhere in the world at this point. If you don't pay attention to people, you're out of here. And you will not be allowed to continue.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Put pressure, put pressure,
Pressure.
and definitely locally, as local as you can get. Put pressure, because
Yes, exactly.
that's where it
Start
has
with
the
your
most
city
impact.
council and work upwards.
Yes.
Yeah.
Daniel?
Well, in Japan, we saw a system that was rolled out on paper cards. I think it was about 10 years ago. It was called, it was given a very strange name, My Number, which is very strange. The paper card was given to every, these paper cards were given to every citizen and every resident. And we have seen, it seems to me that a small minority of people have actually gone ahead and lined up to receive their corresponding digital ID card. Because the paper card, it only instructs you to turn up to the local municipality to finish the process of registering your information, your biometric information. I believe that this system is still being questioned by a majority of Japanese citizens. I know that probably most of my colleagues have not yet gone and gone through the process. So I know a lot of people are resisting lining up and getting this digital ID. There's one story that very early on, some hackers broke into the database to demonstrate how easy it was, apparently, to show the people that this system is in no way secure. So I think that was a really interesting effort to, try to undermine the public's trust, unquestioning trust. So that's what we're facing.
It's all over. It is global.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Well, I think we'll take some questions now, right? So let's see.
Good.
We'll start. And just another reminder, if you have not put your question in, it is Q:, but I think we've compiled most of the questions so far. So let's see where we're going to start. We'll look through for them. All right. Let me see if I have any, if I can find them. No, 1 second. All right, we're just going to pull them up on the screen so that I can look through. Bear with us just 1 minute. All right. Getting there. So, yeah, thank you all for joining, and thank you for all of your questions. All right, we'll see if we don't have them up on the screen yet, but we will. Okay. All right. Okay. Right. So we've got the first question. Ooh, yeah. Oh, there we go. All right. What will be the CBDC of this technocracy? The first question.
What will be the CBDC?
Of this technocracy, yeah.
So
I think this is referencing, right? We here in the United States, Trump put this executive order to ban the central bank digital currencies, but of course, then we have the Genius Act, which rolled out the Congress-backed digital currency, which in some ways I think is actually way worse. But yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, Richard Werner talked about this. I think he might have been the first one to break the story on the podcast a couple of years ago when he came out and said that the CBDC is actually a technology that is implantable, which is fascinating given the technologies that have been developed by Microsoft, patented in 2020, implantable. So,
Well, that sounds like a Black Mirror episode, and it also sounds like that the 666 Microsoft patent, right? It was on the wireless body activity,
that's
the cryptocurrency. I've actually done a show on that, and it's most people just read that abstract, but it's actually very, very extensive, and they have tons of links. So yeah, that's I'm hoping that's not where they go, because that's much harder to opt out of, right? So
when you look at why Trump blocked the Federal Reserve, the Federal Reserve was all concerned about a payment token that just to move money around the world. It never had anything in view concerning asset tokens. This is a different animal. So when this new system was erected based on, they said, stable coins, this is what Trump is doing now, they failed to mention that the other side of that coin is the other side of that coin is the asset-based tokens. This is what they're talking about all over the world at this point, of tokenizing all of the assets in the world. This is the basis of how Klaus Schwab could say, and the World Economic Forum can say, you'll own nothing. By 2030, you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. You're not going to be happy, I guarantee you, but that's another story. But this is the basis of flipping all, or extracting all of the value in the human or the resources of the world, putting it into the ether sphere, so these people can get their hands on it. This is a pure and simple heist of the assets of the world. So when people like Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, and by the way, his company has a huge influence on the product of Tether. His company handles all of the treasury bonds, treasury notes behind Tether. It's a huge, huge amount of money. And Lutnick his family now has control over Tether. And you can't make this up. He has a vested interest to see this asset tokenization go forward. And it's going to be huge because like I said, once the value is lifted from anything, it doesn't matter if it's real estate, mineral rights, doesn't matter, even human beings, when the value is lifted away from the natural asset, from the physical asset, now something else takes place, because once you're virtualized, you can be stolen altogether.
Yeah. And wasn't it Yarvin who said that we should virtualize humans? So
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
That was the humane alternative to genocide, was to virtualize humans. Yeah.
And I would add, it doesn't matter what the eventual digital currency is called. There may be multiple different versions all over the world. There may be CBDC in some parts of the world. There may be stable coins in other. There may be other forms of digital currency that come about. The point is, and this is again what Whitney Webb and Ian Davis have been pointing out, is that beyond all of that, the global technocrats are de facto building a single global interoperable financial system. And it doesn't matter how it's badged and marketed and labeled in different parts of the world. That is de facto what is going on. And that is what we must stop, because once that's introduced, it's game over.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. That is so incredibly important, because their big buzzword is decentralized. And I keep reminding people that, H.G. Wells said that the conduit to the world brain would be the decentralized ganglia of the information institutions, right? The academia, the media. And what would you argue the information institution today is? It's the technology, it's the internet, right? So they keep saying decentralized, but just like Balaji Srinivasan says in his network state, it's decentralized towards a re-centralized center. And I think that is what they're doing, so they can create the world brain. So that's a big one to look out for, because I think it's very appealing to people. They think free market when they hear decentralized, but you have to be really pay attention. What do they mean by that? How is that actually being executed? So. Yeah. So Jakob and Daniel, do you want to contribute to that?
You're right. You're right. That's a really good point, because it suggests, personal autonomy. When we hear it, it kind of triggers in our collective consciousness that, we'll have some, agency and autonomy over, our funds, which are just tokens. It's all, wordplay. We talked about this before. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The word games they play. Yes. Jakob, do you have anything you want to add, or do you want to move on to the next question?
We can move on.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's see. We'll pull up the next question. All right. So we've got Larry. Sorry, so I can see Larry, supposedly the new owner of the U.S. version of TikTok. He was a huge working with Trump to open the Project Stargate data center. And in that regard, I would include Sam Altman as one of the technocrats too. Okay. So I'm not sure if there's a question here. But yeah, he is. And I think Trump was actually also saying that he might put TikTok as part of the sovereign wealth fund, which would make it state media, essentially. There's also the concern with, in terms of state media, with Tether, if they become part of this stable coin infrastructure. Tether owns, I think it's $175 million worth, which comes to 1,333,333 shares, which I think is just very interesting, since these people are all into their numerology. So you make of that what you will. But yeah, interesting little tidbit. So I'm not sure, there was a question there, though, so I think unless anybody has anything they want to address on that, we can.
I do, actually.
Yeah,
you mentioned sovereign wealth fund. We haven't talked about that yet, but this will be key to switching over to an asset-based system versus a debt-based system in the future. Now, this hasn't been solidified in the United States yet, but Trump's talking about it, and he's already making steps or moves to establish a sovereign wealth fund. This is what they do, for instance, in the Mideast, where they have all the oil money. They didn't know what to do with this. So we'll put it in a fund and we'll buy assets with that fund. And interestingly, the sovereign wealth concept started in the Mideast in the first place. So this is not a new idea, but when you consider at this point that the government will own this sovereign wealth fund, it'll be under the executive order of the president. This is a scary thing as well, because it's going to have probably trillions of dollars in it at some point. And who's the next president? Well, we don't know, but this is a huge weapon to wield, and this will buttress all of this talk about the Bitcoin National Reserve, Tether type of reserve as well, even the gold in their treasury, et cetera. All that stuff could be transferred into a sovereign wealth fund. And basically nobody, us especially, we don't own that. The people don't own a sovereign wealth fund. The sheiks and the kings in the Mideast, they're the ones that own these sovereign wealth funds in the first place. So this is a dangerous precedent to set at this point.
And to speak to the Project Stargate, I've always found that name just interesting, because that was the CIA program, right, on the remote viewing. And Jakob mentioned in his presentation the Changing Images of Man document that was done by Stanford Research Institute. It was W.O. Markley, who was working with Willis Harman, and he was doing a lot of those remote viewing studies, actually. And this is all about changing man's consciousness, right? Changing man's perception of himself, I guess, so that we could change into this superorganism of humanity and become the transhuman man, right? That's essentially what they're saying.
Can you explain what remote viewing is for our audience, please?
Sure. Yes. So this was a project that they were doing back in the 70s, and the idea was that the people were had kind of like psychic powers, that they would be able to envision and see into the future, or see into a remote area, and they would be able to envision what was happening. And a lot of people like to do little exercises with this. They might draw a picture and then ask you, what to remote view and see what that picture is. There's a lot of discrepancy about how much of this was legitimate, how much of this was more of building narratives. And I'm not privy to that sort of information. I don't have access to the classified document, but we do know that that is what they were studying. So they were obviously very interested in this sort of thing.
And it's still going on today.
Yes, it is still going on today. They technically say that program ended But they're still doing research on this sort of thing because there's that specific program has ended. But it's, I would argue, it's much like MK Ultra. You know, the project name MK Ultra may have ended. I don't really believe, and I think we have plenty of evidence to indicate that many of those types of studies are still ongoing. Much like Project Mockingbird, which many are familiar with. This is with the networks, channels where the CIA was feeding them information. This is why you saw kind of a mockingbird effect. Now I call it the indie media, which is doing very similar things. And we have a lot of evidence that there is funding being funneled through those sources. So what they typically do is they might end the program officially. So the name ends, right? It's between a very finite period of time, but oftentimes they rebrand, they go underground, they become classified. But a lot of these studies continue and they morph into other studies because they've now learned from that research and they're able to build upon it. So, yeah. So. All right. Does anybody else want to add to that, or should we go to the next one?
Let's go on.
Go to the next one.
All right. We've got, where do the globalists and their agenda fit into this? Will the nanotechnology be linked to this AI system to control humans like Neuralink? So I think that's actually a dual question because the nanotechnology isn't just like Neuralink is a chip. So that's actually a little bit bigger. So nanotechnology could involve things like the smart dust and various other technologies. So yeah, does anyone want to answer that one? Who wants to chomp at it first?
Well, I think if anyone's really interested in this kind of technology, they can look into the literature surrounding the NBIC paradigm, nano bio info cogno paradigm. Plenty of literature. It seems to me
It goes back decades, by the way, right? Like there was one in 2002. So yeah.
That's right. Yeah, it's been funded, very well funded for a long time. Yeah, I think maybe the first appearance or the first signs that we're beginning to live in this age are the applications for medical research. You know, reading biorhythms, monitoring heart rates, and anything that's going on inside the body. Some of my colleagues in Australia think that they're seeing signs from microscopy studies that we're all essentially walking around with all of these metals in us, not just from the injectable gene therapies, but metals that have been scattered throughout the environment, in the water, in the the various geoengineering platforms. I haven't done enough research on these alternative ways, but there's a lot of research now, especially in the field of medicine, where it seems apparently they're very keen to hook up bodies to to the internet so that we're walking nodes on the larger network.
On the geoengineering, Ilana Freeland is a great resource. She's written pretty extensively. She has a whole book on that. The Ionized Skies, I believe, is the title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd refer the person who asked the question back to the previous symposium, actually. Battle for the Brain. We got into these issues fairly extensively there, and also the 4-part transhumanism series that Dan and Melissa Johnson and I produced last year. There's an awful lot of information there to corroborate the possibility, at least, that these horrendous sounding developments are actually taking place. A lot of people just dismiss it off the bat, this idea that there could be nanotechnology being weaponized essentially and deployed against the population. It is the stuff of nightmares. However, we do know that the relevant technologies have been extensively funded. They have the backing of international organizations and very powerful foundations. It all makes sense from a military perspective. It's a very coherent picture, unfortunately, when you build it up, but there's an awful lot of material to look at.
Yeah, and there's also around the world, they're training people in, the field of nanobiology, right? The synergistic biology. So that doesn't necessarily mean they've deployed it on the masses and on civilians, but I think it's worth questioning, why are they grooming a whole generation of professionals in this industry? So that there's definitely a lot of information there to look into.
It's interesting to me to see the attitude and the mindset and the worldview of the technocrat class, who apparently at this point think that we're just resources to be managed on the face of the planet. We're just like the cattle in the field for them. They don't see humans, they just see resources on the planet. So they didn't have any problem somehow injecting 72% of the world population with this concoction we know is based on DNA, or excuse me, mRNA, but also contain in some batches nanotechnology as well. They didn't see any problem taking that to the whole world. Just imagine who has the influence to create a worldwide program like that and get all these people to be shot. It's incredible. But it also just demonstrates these people don't care about the humans involved. What their purpose is to change the nature of the herd. And we're the herd at this point. We're just like the cattle in the feedlot. This is very disturbing. It's a very bad attitude that people have.
But it's a very long-standing attitude as well that the ruling class has had. I mean, this idea of looking at the population as cattle, this in fact goes back a very long way. But of course, it's really coming home now. And the so-called vaccine rollout to more or less the entire world, there could not possibly have been any informed consent, because it's since come out that those shots contain all manner of undisclosed ingredients. So to my mind, this is a global violation of the Nuremberg Code, and they did it anyway. Yeah. And the results have been horrendous. So this is why I'm saying, regarding the digital currency, don't waste time with debates and petitions and stuff. Don't think that's going to make the slightest bit of difference. They're going ahead and they are doing it anyway. Scary stuff.
Yes, and in Sweden, it's like 95% don't use any cash anymore. So we are so into that system already.
Yep.
Well, hopefully it doesn't become. Yeah. Hopefully they don't start crypto mining through humans, because yeah. So they also did a symposium. Wasn't it with the World Economic Forum? I think the drug was Abilify, which is a pretty common drug, and it was I always mispronounce his name, but a Pfizer Alboro. But he was talking about how you would take this drug and then it would have nanotechnology, it would have sensors to know, to be able to report back when your next dose was.
Borla?
This is just Burla, yes, Burla. Yeah, this is just an example, but I mean, that was pretty publicly announced. So if that technology exists, I can only imagine they're probably further ahead than that.
I have to throw out to everybody that Borla is not a doctor, not a MD.
Yeah.
He's a veterinarian.
Mm-hmm.
He studies animals, right? That's this discipline. That was his first Ph.D.
Does he know a lot about cattle?
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows how to tell us to tag the cattle. Right.
I know.
So
He specialized in large animals. We're it.
Oh, vets are extremely well trained, very, very highly trained.
yes, they are.
I,
But I think
it,
he's a PhD, not a veterinarian. Right? I don't think he can.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I don't think he's a veterinarian. I think he's a PhD. I might be wrong on that, but yeah. So.
Somebody mentioned earlier cognitive dissonance. It seems, especially when you try to bring up, in polite conversation, or maybe talking to friends or colleagues over good ale or wine and cheese, and you start talking about this general decline in cognitive processing. It seems people just they shut down whenever you start talking about the science that's worked its way into our bodies and brains and bloodstreams, and it's all there, but people resist. I think they resist looking at the literature, all the studies too, the many studies that have been conducted around the world, the microscopy studies of blood and the vials. People can access that freely, but to talk about it, it's I think there's a very high level of cognitive dissonance that can't seems almost impossible to overcome.
And one thing about that is it's not merely a psychological phenomenon that can be blamed purely on propaganda and psyops. One of the fascinating things for me when I proposed the topic of this symposium, the digital attack on humanity, was that both Jacob and Dan immediately took a kind of religious or spiritual approach to the topic. And at first that surprised me, because I thought, hold on a minute, we're dealing with digital technologies. What does this have to do with religion? But actually it came through very strongly in the presentations. And I have a sense with the cognitive dissonance, it's almost like a spell has been cast upon people. I didn't used to think this way, but the deeper you get into it and the more you see the spiritual component, you do have to wonder.
I absolutely agree with that. Right, that's why I call it the technological immunization of the eschaton. And just to clarify for people who are not familiar with the term, I know in the religious circles that immunization of the eschaton might be more familiar, but it's a political concept that means to bring the end time so we can have heaven on earth. But anybody who has read the Bible knows that heaven does not exist on earth, so this is kind of a fallacy. But I call it the technological immunization of the eschaton, because I think these are people who do believe it is kind of a Gnostic worldview, as they've illustrated, and they believe that they become the gods. And so they are going to be the creators of the architects of reality. And so they're going to create essentially a simulacra, right? They'll terraform the earth to make it a simulacra. For those who are not familiar with that term, it's it has the essence of something real, but it's the imitation of it. So it would be like orange candy that doesn't really have any orange juice in it. So it has the essence, it's kind of orangey, but it's not really orange juice. So that's what they want to do. And they think that that's going to be creating a heaven on earth, right? Some of these people like Kurzweil think that the transhuman version of man is the best version of man. But I think, unfortunately, for those of us who might be more realistically oriented, that it's going to be a dystopian hellscape, not necessarily the heaven on earth. But I think there absolutely is. And when you look into, certainly as Jakob pointed out in his presentation, so many of these characters are very steeped in the esoteric, in the occult. They actually believe in magic, literal magic. Barbara Marx Hubbard talks about co-creating, right? She's going to become one of the gods. We're going to co-create. The hubris of that, I guess they haven't recognized how hubristic it is. But that is essentially what it is. So I think that there is absolutely that component where people are, and there's also the power of the words, right? To spell casting. It's literally casting spells and manipulating people. And that's part of what propaganda does. And there's also, I think, the element of the disinfo that gets mixed in, and that has the effect of discrediting some of the very real literature that's out there, right? Some people will sprinkle little, half truths, as it were, or, the kind of steer the narrative slightly. And that has an effect of weaponizing is the truth as well. So, so should we go to the next question?
Sure.
Or does anybody else have anything they want to add to that before we do?
I just found a tidbit on Pfizer's website. I see
okay.
the resume of Albert Bourla.
Bourla.
I didn't know this exactly, but it says here on the website, he's a doctor of veterinary medicine, number one.
Okay.
But he holds a Ph.D. in the biotechnology of reproduction from the veterinary school of Aristotle University. He's from Greece originally. It's really interesting that he has a specialty in reproduction, especially because we see all of the fallout of the reproduction systems of women and men being destroyed after the shots. And really interesting.
Well, and not only that, but we also see they're doing robo wombs, they're doing ecto-life pods, they're doing all sorts of synthetic reproduction. And they're doing genetic selection, which Elon's a huge proponent of. A lot of these technocrats and transhumanists are a huge proponent of that, the genetic selection and manipulation. There was actually a ball player, I'm blanking his name, but he's been pretty open about how his parents, he was like a super soldier person who was genetically bred. So, and he's in his 40s now. So yeah, apparently this isn't new. So yeah. So we'll bring up the next one.
Yeah.
Do you think the 10 kings are these technocrats? I'm not quite sure what the 10 kings they're referencing are. I don't know if any of you are familiar.
Isn't there 10 kingdoms?
Yeah.
That's what I thought, maybe biblically. Yeah.
Yeah, the biblical. Yeah.
It's in Revelation.
Yeah.
Well, the 10 kingdoms are the regions of the poles, right? That in that Club of Rome document in 1973,
exactly.
the regional adaptive. Yeah.
What was it called? Report mankind something.
Yeah.
Turning point for mankind.
This was proposed by Henry Kissinger as well. The idea of setting up 10 kingdoms or regions of the world. It's in literature, and you can see maps of it on YouTube even, or Google. And this parallels, of course, this plays into the Christian doctrine of the end times, that there will be 10 kingdoms set up on earth that'll answer to the Antichrist. They'll be destroyed in the end, but nevertheless, they will be the ones that answer to the Antichrist. And at that point, it looks like there will not be any nation states per se. It's based on 10 kingdoms. This dovetails into Curtis Yarvin's idea of setting up sovereign corporations. He calls them SovCorps, where he says they'll be based on regions. He doesn't explicitly say, 10 regions, but he talks about the SovCorp owning everything in that region outright. And it'll be managed by one CEO, and that's basically the king at that point. So you can see, yes, there's a play at this point, a play into Bible prophecy for sure.
Yeah, and I think
Yes.
European Union will be one of those regions, maybe, and a lot of planners for the future. I've read this report by the Rockefeller Brothers Fund that talked about the future of governance, and they said that now we have the European Union, and the rest of the world will be modeled after that, and that's basically the goal. So
I
where you
think
can see the 10 kingdoms.
I think the person who posed the question might be alluding to President Trump's early talk after his inauguration to buy Canada and South America.
Well,
And
that would be the region of the Technate, and that was one of the 10 of the Club of
yeah,
Realms in their 1973
yeah,
document. It was one of the regions, yeah.
that's what I was thinking. That question might be related to that talk early on in his administration.
Yeah, I think so. It was the 1974 document, the 10 Kingdoms. But yeah, you can find, I know in Bill Cooper's book, he had the map. So you can find that online. So if anybody's interested, they can go and look for that online. And to bring up the GovCorp, which was Nick Land's concept, SovCorp, which is Curtis Yarvin, it's also what the network state concept is. It's just that creates a broader tent. But in Balaji Srinivasan's book, he actually says that the purpose is the dissolution of geographical nation states so that they would be replaced by ideological cyber network states. So, yeah. So, all right, should we bring the next one? Is why do we get pictures of human plastic uterus before we do any other animals? This is pure hype. Must be discarded at first blush. Interesting. I don't know. Anyone
Maybe
have any thoughts on that?
the question might be a reference to one of the slides I showed, perhaps.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
Seems to be legitimate business.
Yeah.
The
All right.
source is reliable. You can, go to these sites and read about the artificial wombs. MIT Review has also done not research. They've written articles about artificial wombs. Now there's a tech startup. So
Yeah, the robo wombs are there's the ectolife pods, which are outside, right? And then there's actually the robo wombs, and I've looked into them. They're actually cheaper than IVF, which is kind of concerning. They're yeah. So yeah, that's that does seem to be where they're trying to go. Is yeah. So all right. Bring on the next one is what written work, what author has described our solutions to this technological nightmare? Well, I think technological is not the same as technocratic, right? We're using technology currently to do this, which is incredible. I think this is amazing that we can have these incredible, brilliant minds from all over the world, and we're convening on a screen, and we can disseminate this all over the world. So that's incredible. That's not a problem. It's the technocracy that's a problem. Transhumanism is a problem. It's not devices. Like I personally am hearing impaired. I wear hearing aids. I'm so grateful for the technology that has enabled me to hear. I don't think this makes me transhuman. This is I'm very grateful for the wonderful, brilliant minds that have put these things in my ears. So yeah, I do want to make that distinction, and I also want to, bring up Pat's point again that it's incumbent upon us, right? I know everybody wants to outsource these solutions, and I think that that's part of how we got to this problem is that we have outsourced so many of our problems. I know here in the United States, our government was structured as an experiment of self-governance, and most people did not take on that responsibility. And then they complain that, you've usurped all these powers. Well, when did we redress our grievances? right? We did that in the revolution, and have we done that since? So, but I'm sure that many of you can speak to other great. All of you have done great work in this regard. So, if you want to talk about that, we can. But I think those were points worth making. So.
Patrick Wood has written extensively about this for many,
Yes.
many. I'm sure he
For
has.
sure.
When he unmute his mic and weigh in.
And then, oh yeah, you muted. Well, unmute him.
I took care to add a section in all of my books about solutions. Maybe some of them were half baked, but you got to try, right? So I offered whatever was on my mind at the time. It hasn't really changed. At this point, the change is not going to be dependent on me, especially, like in particular, but all the people who take charge and take the challenge to do something in their community. And in America, especially, apparently people just don't want to go to their community leaders to express themselves. They're numb to it. They could, but they won't. So one challenge I have locally is to encourage people to be active in their community. Tell anybody you can, especially your leaders. You have all kinds of boards, and most cities also have like a water board, the animal board, or whatever. There's people that serve you in that area. All these people need to be educated because they switch positions. Somebody sits on the water board, for instance. You say, well, that person's not important. Who cares about the water board? Well, someday that person might be sitting on the city council, but you have an opportunity to reach him when he's on a lower echelon of society, So if we don't take that type of initiative, you can't play at this point. You just can't play. It's not just sending out emails, for sure. It's not just sending out videos, for sure. We could do that, but our video here is not going to change anything by itself. We do it because we have to. We're compelled to do it. But this itself would not going to change anything. The people that hear us, they can go into their communities and make a difference. But I can't go into your community for you. I can't do it. So,
ripple effect.
Yeah, I'm kind of. I guess I've become more and more biased toward my spiritual roots over the past 5 years, especially. I have always been fascinated by human beings generally. My dad used to call me a social butterfly. I didn't hit the books as hard as I should have when I was in college. I was more interested in attending good parties and mixing and making friends and developing social networks, because I always found human beings so amazing. And I think this natural love for human beings, it really intersects with my religious beliefs, especially the command to love your neighbor as yourself. And I think if people who hold to that belief, that that's a very serious thing, even to love your enemy, that's a command as well. If you can maintain that, and you can see also the problems that are beset, that societies are beset with these sorts of problems, then I think you can really get through to people in your circles, in your social circles, or at the community level. I think that's a really effective way. When people see that you really have a genuine heart for them and for their families, and then you can really have, I think, a real impact, and really wake people up to what's happening.
Right. What is that saying? They don't care what you know until they know that you care. So.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely agree with that.
In a sense, there's no blueprint, is there, for what we should be doing? I mean, humanity has never before been faced by an emergent global technocracy. The nature of the challenges that we face is consistently hidden from us to the maximum degree possible, so that we don't realize what's going on. This time last year, if you would have said that one of the key dangers threatening humanity is the agentic state, then all of us would have said, what is an agentic state? But they've been obviously planning this behind the scenes for a very long time. Now it's in the policy documents and it's being rolled out at speed.
Yeah.
And so it's very difficult, coming back to the original question, to say, well, here's a book that you should read and it will give you the answers that you need. It will give you the solutions and it will tell us exactly what we need to do. Because the problems are unrolling faster and faster. And more is coming out that's evidently been in the pipeline for quite a long time. And we've never had to deal with a situation before where every government on earth essentially is ignoring the will of the people and implementing the will of transnational technocrats. This is a historically novel situation that we face. What we do know, though, is it's going to need all of us to do something. It's going to need all of us to take action. And of course, there are various things that you can recommend. As Dan says, it's very important to start with the heart, or with God, or with your conscience, and to look inside yourself and ask what it is that you can do. There are various kind of practical measures that you could take. I list a lot of them at the end of my report for Soleri, Omniwar, exposing and ending the invisible attack on humanity. But ultimately, I think that everybody needs to really, rather than looking for a kind of a set list of what to do, to kind of focus on the desired outcome. And what's missing at the moment, in my opinion, is a positive image of the future. We need a positive vision. We are drowning in these dystopian World Economic Forum, technocratic, hellish 2030 visions. And we're kind of mired in them. And that in itself is a form of control through narrative. Whereas if we could come up with a positive vision of where we could be instead by 2030, that would galvanize people. That would get people really wanting to work towards that vision and getting up and active and doing things and coming up with ideas. And then we're all moving together, and then things can change. But we've got to formulate that vision.
Yes, I totally agree. I thought it was brilliantly put, David, because that's what I also been thinking of, and upon writing my latest book as well, Temple of Solomon, because we are so into these dystopian scenarios all the time. It's everywhere, and it's like we're creating this hell for ourselves. I mean, we still have the power. We have given away the power of our lives to these technocrats and the sorcerers that manipulates us. But we can do a lot, and formulate a vision. So that's actually what I have wanted to. My next project, actually, to write about what's a good human society, what's good for us people. And sell a better vision for the world than they are giving us all the time, because their vision is a lie. So we have everything in our hands.
Omniwar 4, a better vision for the future.
Yeah, that great.
Could include 1960s Motown music.
Yeah. We do have everything in our hands. I mean, we have access to so much, and it's being weaponized against us instead of for us. So I love that idea that we can build, well, what would the alternative be, and a positive alternative, not a positive patchwork, but a positive vision for humanity. That was a little play on Yarvin's positive patchwork. Yeah, that's where he wrote about the virtualization of humans. So sorry, bad joke. All right. Does anyone else have any? Sometimes you just have to laugh. It can get a little dark, So, anyone else have anything you want to add to that, or do we have any more questions? Okay.
I just like David's final point there. Great idea for a follow-up.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Maybe that would have been fun.
Yeah, we get so lost. That's part of the demoralization. And that is part of how we give over our agency, right? Because we can't envision anything else.
Yeah.
So we just went through this, what written work. Yes. And then I don't know if we have any other. If we do, we'll see.
I think this is a good thing to stop at this point and point in the direction of we will create this good vision for the world for people to follow. That's the good.
I think do we use the bad to do good? That's a very interesting question. Maybe we'll end on that. I don't know what your thoughts are.
Well,
I don't think we use bad to do good. I think there's enough good to do good. But I don't know if anybody else has thoughts on that. I don't know. I think there's enough good that we can use to do good. But
the only legitimate use for AI, in my opinion, is to use it to destroy AI. So
yeah,
I'm just saying.
I'm on board with that. Yes, and thank you. We have a super chat from Harry Ludwig. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who's had and a super sticker from M All. All right, thank you. Just keep at it, and yes, and Harry, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you all for your incredible contributions. Your proverbial fight. We have to be careful about the words, but definitely this is the kind of proverbial fight we need, is to put this information out there, because again, we can't defeat a threat that we don't know exists. So I'm going to turn it over to each of you to give you an opportunity, because all of you are individually doing incredible work, have incredible resources, books that have solutions in them, but also have great valuable information and more education that, obviously couldn't be covered, even though this was extensive. It's not exhaustive. So I guess we'll start with Daniel Broudy. Dr. Daniel Broudy, and tell people where they can find your work. Anything else, closing remarks you want to add? We'll begin there.
Sure. You can find a lot of the work I'm doing with propaganda in focus. You just Google that, should come up pretty quickly. You can also find some of the other articles I've written, some of the works at researchgate.com, I believe. I have a new manuscript coming out, monograph on the hackable human, those themes, and how language is used by the technocrats to sort of undermine our cognitive life, as it were. So sort of doing a deep dive on how those mechanisms are being used. So that I hope to see that out before 2025 comes to a close.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. And Jakob?
Yes, the easiest way is to go into my webpage, jakobnordangard.se. You come into the Swedish side, but it's an English as well. And there you can find links to my books, and where you can purchase them, and also my Substack and my YouTube channel. Almost everything is there. So, and I guess that is it. but I also wanted to say something that I always have been a positive person, and so I believe that we will win this, of course, in the end. Yeah.
Team Humanity.
Yeah.
I'm all for that. Yes.
Yeah.
And David?
Yes, so my book, COVID-19 Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy, is available for free from the Springer Nature publishing website. It was a lot of hard work. I don't receive anything at all from the publisher. So if you have read it or will read it and want to give something back, I have a buymeacoffee.com/DA Hughes, I think. And that's a chance to give me something back for the book if you wish. I also have another book called Wall Street, the Nazis and the Crimes of the Deep State, which I think is underread, tracing the parallels and continuities from 1930s Nazi Germany to what we are seeing transnationally since 2020. And I argue that those parallels are non-accidental because we are dealing in both cases with an attempt to build a totalitarian system. So that is available from Skyhorse Publishing. And all my other work is available on my Substack, which is dhughes.substack.com. There's a wealth of material on there now, countless articles and interviews and presentations about a range of topics from false flag terrorism to transhumanism, technocracy, and much else besides. So please check that out. And as I said at the end of my presentation, if you want to support my work, please consider taking a paid Substack subscription, or other methods are available at davidahughes.net/support.
Wonderful. Thank you. And of course, Patrick, thank you so much for putting this all together. You put this whole team together. So thank you for making it happen, and tell everybody where they can find the incredible body of work that you've done.
It really is amazing. And if you don't get anything out of this symposium, for sure, understand the international flavor that we're presenting. Everything you saw along the way, we're not the same people. We're from different cultures, perhaps, and steeped in different things. But you'll see this common thread between every presentation, that technocracy is the clear and present danger to the world. It's not socialism, it's not communism, it's not fascism, although there's some overlap probably. But technocracy is a new thing on the face of the planet, and people around the world are recognizing this. Our colleague in Australia couldn't be with us on this symposium. She would have liked to. She has other obligation. But Dr. Lissa Johnson, she's from Australia. She says the same things that we're saying. So this is a global issue at this point. I encourage you to go to technocracy.news for sure. That's where I keep all my material, and probably it's not going to be there forever. I've been so censored by Google. You can't, in fact, if you go to Google, search for the word technocracy, you won't see technocracy.news until you got like page 12. So they buried me deep in their algorithm. You know why? Because I've been nailing these people for so long. They just don't, I'm sure they hate me, but they just don't want anything to do with what I have to say about technocracy. Now all of you can be censored as well. Like all of my colleagues can be censored now themselves. And you know what? I don't care at this point. I really don't care. They've been censoring me for 50 years, and I'm still here. excuse me, I'm still here. I still sounded the alarm. So there is hope. I have to say, you know, even if we don't get along with this world, we still can have hope in our spiritual roots, our hope in the Bible, the hope in God, etc. That's another subject, I realize, but we have to move forward with some measure of hope. Otherwise, we lose heart and we just wither and die. That's not acceptable to me on any front. So, having said that, I want to just commend all of my colleagues here. Great job, including you, Courtney. I can't be prouder of this whole group at this point. We've sounded the alarm, we've said our piece, and now it has to be responded to. That's not our problem. That's your problem now. So how will people respond to us? I don't know, but we've said our piece, and this has been an academic exercise from the get-go. These are not wingnuts. These are not people that are spewing conspiracy theories, right? We're talking about certified academics at this point who've reasoned through the whole thing. They reasoned through the literature. They understand how to think critically about an issue, and they're coming to you to give their findings. This is so critical. Even if we seem a little bit dry, you know, we don't get on a rant and we don't shake our fist and, you know, get all emotional and stuff. Maybe we're just a little dry once in a while, but this is what you need to hear. Nevertheless, we'll say it very slowly for you. Wake up. So, having said that, this has been really great. I've enjoyed every minute of it, and I'm so glad we did it. And if you have anybody has suggestions, drop them in the comments below, or contact the contact form on Technocracy News. Give your 2 cents, please, and we'll consider where we go from here.
Absolutely. And again, just a reminder to please like, share this with everybody. And thank you, everybody, for your contributions, the presentations, and for everybody who is part of the chat and joined in. Yeah, and it's been an honor, really, truly an honor to be a part of this group. So thank you.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Thank you.